your endurance and also the inconveniences that we are still facing because of the storms. Thank you again for your attendance. Welcome, welcome, and welcome again to Rural Root Progressive Coalition Saving Rural America Conference. And at this time, we'll have a prayer from Mr. Fred Holland.
Good morning, all. How are you all doing this morning?
Hi, thank you.
Doing well.
May we pray. Lord,
Yes.
let the hands remain in touch with your soil, feeling the life within it. Bless the business of farming that you have called us to and had us to start today. And keep my health and livestock strong. Grant me the patience to work this land and the wisdom to learn from every obstacle. As we plant the harvest, I ask for your protection over my family, my crops, and my equipment, so that I may continue to feed those who are hungry. Keep me connected to the legacy of those who have come before me and fill my heart with the gratitude that is calling. Amen.
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 Okay. Our first presenter this morning is Mr. Gregory Hudson out of San Antonio, Texas.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Awesome. Good morning to everyone. My name is Gregory Hudson, Executive Director for Vanguard OTE Consortium. The OTE stands for Transformation and Empowerment, and that is what God has assigned me to do. And so those are the things that are key to me, especially in this agriculture space. Samantha, I want to thank you for inviting me to this very important and strategic meeting. I see some familiar names that's part of this group. Mr. Frank Taylor, how you doing? So Samantha asked me to participate to talk about our agricultural resilience support network exchange. I'll begin by talking about a little background. Prior to this administration, we were a prime contractor under the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. When the new administration came in, we were put into a holding pattern for over 8 months. And God sustained us to actually be reactivated after an extended period of time. And we got reactivated on January the 6th. That was a pretty unique date and milestone for us. But anyway, we have submitted a new proposal that really is going to focus on those individuals that really do farming business and are not in it for a hobby. And so we had to change some of our guidelines from the Smart Agro Pilot, which we were blessed to have over 200 producers in that particular, under that particular contract, and we built a sustainable network. And what I mean by sustainable, we stayed in touch with our producers, even through that long delta, and many of them have remained in contact with us, and we're getting ready to reactivate them again. So I will go to my next slide. So I don't plan on reading these slides and not take you through depth by PowerPoint, but I will summarize each slide. These slides will be given to Samantha to distribute to the group for your records. And if you have any other questions, feel free to contact her because she is one of our producers in our network. And we just completed a meeting with some of our center influencers, our primary producers that did very well in the previous pilot. So the Agriculture Resiliency Support Network is a voluntary pilot program, and you can see we're focused on small and mid-sized farmers. And to be part of this, you have to go through some verified practice, market access, and a traceability pathway. Previously, we had cash incentives up to $17,000. This time around, it's over $21,000. This agreement that we enter in with producers will go through the date that's indicated there. The bottom three sections talk about adopted practices. So we have 5 practices under the NRCA conservation framework that we will ask our producers to implement. When it comes to market access readiness, you can see we have 2 bullets there. Uh, One of the things that we found out during our investigation of this new administration's goal and objectives is they're looking for producers who can safely move products from field to fork. And GAP uh, certification is a primary mover in that space because that's where agro security starts with the producers. So we're going to provide our producers with some orientation information that we hope and encourage them to read because it will help with direct to consumer sales and cooperative sales channels. And then we have traceability in the event that there's a recall or someone claims that, they got contaminated product. We want to be able to trace it back through our uh, system to where that could possibly have originated from. So these are things that we've been exposed to through the USDA and through the FDA. So we want to make sure that our producers understand that and we can really set up a very professional network that can go on across generations. The next slide talks about policy and our program alignment. As you know, this new program is the USDA's Advancing Markets for Producers, or what we call the AMP. And then there is a Farmers First policy agenda. Try to summarize these down into these center um, component of the slide. One of the key things I will point out under the M program is it requires an environmental evaluation. That's a CPA 52 that we must have producers complete that process and have it approved so that we can issue funds to them. Without that CPA 52, we cannot issue funds to any producer in our program. Farmers First is they want more funds to go directly to the producers, and that's why you see an increase in the dollar value of those funds that will be provided to those producers who successfully navigate the eligibility criteria pathway. So the producer journey transition into that critical path that I just ended with. To the left, you can see that there are 7 bullets under that eligibility critical path. Starting with verification. Verification is each producer has to be registered with the USDA, in good standing with the USDA, and have all their forms up to date. Their farm data report, their 1026, their 2047. These are all documents that a producer should be familiar with. And we're hoping that they can get those documents to us ASAP so that we can move to the CPA 52 process, which could take a little bit. They had challenges with that the first round. This round, they put it at the state level. We've already coordinated with Mr. Kurt Reeder's office, had a meeting, and our agricultural consultant, Mr. Walter Jackson, has already started initiating CPA 52 preparations for those producers that we will be transitioning over into the program that are in good standing. They still have to go through the eligibility screening process, but we're trying to front load that administrative requirement for those who are in good standing with us. We are looking for new producers, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in this briefing. So you can see the those elements of the critical path, and you can see the output that we're looking for. Bottom line is we want to show producers how they can increase their profits by using a repeatable system that will, one, ensure that they are working with good soil, that their animals and crops are pulling out the right nutrients in the soil, and doing what they call a bricks test to make sure that there's a certain level of sugar and other nutrients within that plant or that animal meat that is going to enhance the flavor and be a welcoming value proposition to the consumer. So speaking about a new population that we're targeting, many of our travels across Mississippi, we saw that there was a generation that was at retirement level, and there I kept hearing about no youth were interested in agriculture anymore. And I would say in our first round of this program, we did not target youth. We learned about this, and that is a problem to us if we don't have a cross-generational, or what I kept hearing, succession planning going on in our community. So we have started a Future Farmers Initiative. This is for high schoolers of the eligible age that their parents can sign for them to be registered with the USDA, and some college students that are at community colleges that are focused on agriculture. And we have 60 slots because this is going to be an initial pilot, and we want to see how well this turns out for us. They will go through the same protocols and eligibility criteria, with the exception that they have to have their parents' consent. Though it's not a prerequisite, we do encourage any one that is going to be part of this Future Farmers Program to have a 4-H background, because that's a great fundamental foundation, a competency and exposure to some of the key aspects that we are looking for. We're not going to, if a young person comes that does not have a 4-H background, and we determine that that person will be a good fit for the program, then we're going to proceed with those. Basically, we believe that this initiative will fill very quickly because we've already identified 6 locations across Mississippi that we saw that there was a great youth participation when we went out and did site visits and talked about the other program to the adults. So there are some that are there. So you can see the key points there as I was talking. Hopefully you got a chance to read through that. But that is going to be a big piece of what we do. Now, the adults that are coming over into our program they won't get the computers that the students or youth will get. They got that in the first round. So we want to make sure that these youth see that there's a new way of doing farming, Technology is going to play a big role in it. And many of them grew up with cell phones or smart devices, so they're very comfortable with computers. They will get exposed to some enhanced soil testing that we have, that we provided in the first pilot, Smart Agro pilot. They will go through that similar process. Our partner that will provide that testing, we've already coordinated and those things are put in place. Right now, Mr. Reedus is reading up on the Farmers First initiative. His first reaction to it was very positive, and we hope to really make this a big piece of what we do and really encourage more youth and young adults to consider agriculture. And if they are from an agriculture family, maybe this will be the right catalyst to have them to get engaged, to keep their family legacy going. So incentive and payment eligibility, you can see the payment amount on the left and the contingents that must be in play to receive that cash incentive. I spoke about some of these just in that last slide, but to the right, you can see the incentive practices that we're focused on, from cover crops to nutrient management. Again, I will remind you that CPA 52 is the trigger document. We can't issue funds without having that approved from the state conservation office. Once that's done, bonds will be issued electronically to those producers who receive those approved 52s. We don't have to wait on funding from the USDA. We incrementally request that in bulk, and they put it into our business account, and we have that ready for issue. So I take my job as a fiduciary for the USDA very seriously, and I take my fiduciary responsibility to the producers of the state of Mississippi very seriously. I consider you all stakeholders. I want to make sure that we did exactly like we did in our last pilot, the Smart Agro pilot, that is get these funds in those producers' hands. And we were very successful in doing that, where we ended up in 41 counties out of the 82 in Mississippi. So here's this slide talks about some of the support that we'll be providing from technical service all the way through traceability support. We do have market access points of contacts, and hopefully we'll be able to work with Alcorn on gap orientation and getting more producers gap trained. I think it's going to be play a big role, and it's going to eventually be a discriminator if you have it or you don't have it. So it's important for us to be on the front side of the tsunami before it hits. So there's a commitment from the producers that we expect, and that is to adopt, participate in marketing, and most importantly, be in compliance with the agreement that they will sign and that we will sign. It's important that if a producer is found out of compliance, we will give them a chance to go before a review board to ensure that they do not have to pay this money back. We had several that did not stay in compliance, and we had to professionally let them know you have to return the taxpayer dollars. That you didn't earn that, and we're not going to let you abuse hardworking individuals' tax dollars for your personal gain. So we don't have a problem approaching those who are non-compliant. Just can't have it in our program. So that's something that we hope we don't have to encounter. but we are prepared to deal with it. So data and reporting and traceability is one of the big compliance piece. I heard a lot of producers talk about, well, they're going to take my data and send it to the IRS. That's a myth. Until they can prove that that's happening, uh, I will treat it as a myth because I directly approached the leadership about this at one of our conferences. And that data is for the USDA to use to see how well programs are performing, if the benefits of these funds are given the return on investment that was forecasted. And when they have the numbers to justify requesting for a larger budget, the data is there. So it's very important that producers get educated on this and not listen to what we call barracks lawyers. They talk about a myth or a rumor gets out. Um, so we're trying to help build trust, but trust goes two ways. So we want to get the funds to them, but we need them to get the data and support us on getting the data. And I won't beat that dead horse anymore. So we're looking at data capture, validation, and outcomes. And so one thing I can say about what's going on with this particular version of the incentive program is that they're reducing the requirements of data that they're looking for. We got bombarded with a lot of data requirements. We don't know all the details of how the data was used, but we do know this. Some of the advanced techniques that we're using in our program, they're talking about it right now. Mississippi led every other state that was in the partnerships for climate smart commodity as far as getting the funds to the producers, getting results back, and reporting that data. We led that category. So we're going to lead in some other areas too. Governance, compliance, and risk control. Throughout this whole briefing, I've been talking about this, and I'm not going to repeat it. But it's important that to us that we manage this project correctly. Uh, it's going to be under scrutiny. The last pilot was under heavy scrutiny. This is going to be under heavy scrutiny. But guess what? When you have people of God and God out front, you don't really have a whole lot to worry about because it's about fighting from the cross, not fighting up to the cross. That victory has already been given to us. So every project that we do, we align it to God's will and how God expects it to be done because people need to see that there are trusted individuals and groups out there. And I believe this is one of those groups. I will reference Mr. Frank Taylor again. He didn't know me. He knew my mom, but he didn't know me. But it was his willingness to share some knowledge with me to make sure that I had good guardrails in place. And so I like to connect to people like that. Samantha has shown me the same thing. Some of the points of contacts out of Alcorn, out of Mississippi Valley, out of Jackson State, they have all done that. And I want to make sure that we can facilitate this initiative that this group wants to get accomplished. And I'm very excited to be a part of this group this morning, and hopefully we can bring some positive results and be a asset versus someone that is an energy leak to you. Economic impact. One of the things that we believe that can really help shape capacity, because the Vanguard, that's one of our tenets is capacity building, is having a shared service model. And what we mean by shared service model, if we have a group of producers in a county and we can get them to collaborate with one another, still maintain their individualism, but work with one another and share resources, they could bring a lot more to the table and have more of a impact, economic impact. So what we're going to be teaching these students is we're trying to find a landowner that has at least 100 acres. And we want to take 10 students, 10 acres per student, and want to teach them how to use 5 acres to grow a crop, and the other five that's not in use to use cover crops. So they can understand the importance of cover crops and how it can enrich their soil and soil health. And then begin to understand the rotational process. With that, we believe that we can show them how, if they collectively begin to work together and pull their outcomes together and go to market with that bulk outcome, each one will get that ROI that they're looking for. So that's our hypothesis, and hopefully we can tell you in 2027 the outcomes. And I'm almost done. So this is our call to action. Uh, Producers, we want to get the best that we can get. Buyers and institutions, we already have some in place so that if we can have a good channel for our producers to go to. If you all know of any marketplaces or distributors, distribution networks that could possibly help, I welcome that information. And the education piece, we want to really make sure that we can connect to those organizations that overlap with what we're doing. We're into that applied side, and many of you are in that applied side, but we got to help take the theory to the field and apply it and execute it. So we're looking to enhance our and strengthen our partnerships in the state of Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi. I grew up in Jackson. My people are from Winston County, Choctaw County, Attala, Tibbetts, all around there. So I make a monthly visit to Mississippi and visit our farmers directly and want to hear from them face to face. And I welcome, challenges that they are facing to see how we can assist and solve. With that being said, that concludes my briefing, and I'll take any questions if we have time for those questions, Samantha.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Any questions for Mr. Hudson at this time?
There's a question in the chat.
Let's see. I'm trying to get to the chat here.
Or it's Mr. Antoine's question. He has his hand raised.
Yeah,
If
right.
you want to just go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I was just trying to help you get to the question. So my question, thank you so much for your presentation. And just for context, I'm a techie person, so I am I've been honored to become a value-added reseller for micro data centers that are used in submarines in Canada. They are edge compliance devices that have all the sensors and stuff like that. So just put on your applied science brain for the question for a second. So my question was, can you speak to if the laptops will be managed by the farmers, since children with tech and capabilities could be a liability? And is the hardware localized to each farm so that way the data is there? And the second part is really saying, is the tech going to be required to be there all the time to perform the data capturing? Or will it be able to like sync with the fiber and connect with the satellites for the GIS data that could be automatically pulled?
That's a great future forward question. I love the tech savviness.
Gotcha.
So to answer your question, the data that we're looking for is sales data. We're looking for certain milestones. Let's say that we have a particular document that needs to be completed. Uh, Farmers are going to receive a Excel spreadsheet that they can track their performance and walk through this critical path. So it's not going to be we're trying to start with basics, then the intermediary, then more sophisticated. We do have a AI machine learning
Mm-hmm.
project management platform that we're using, that we're
Mm-hmm.
collecting all the farmers' information from business plans that
Mm-hmm.
uh, will provide them a template to complete a business plan, because
Copy.
real small farmers or real business owners and small farmers equate to the same. So
Copy.
having a business plan, and if they have to go into a bank to request a loan in the future, they'll have a business plan. So that's one of the data captures that we want to capture internally. The USDA is looking for sales and weights of the amount of crop that are coming off per acre. So
Copy.
this is another piece that we want farmers to be able to understand. Here's how you have to set up your system. And
Copy.
it needs to be a repeatable system
Right.
that we want to show them that they can walk away from our program and do it on their own. Um,
Or
so,
have a solution that will do it for them. So is this the I work with farms. I'm a grant writer. I'm a social worker by trade, and I do cybersecurity, CMMC, which is the cybersecurity management
yep.
certification. So this just sounds like a part of the automation process of that being broken down to a level that is touchable for people, because it is a 4,000 page document. So I'm really grateful that you all have taken that project on. I've just created a 12-step process for that recently. So yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So we do have I do have a meeting with our national program officer to talk about some of the
Mhm. Yeah.
GIS pieces that we want to integrate into this program. So we're getting to that Leo initiative that we have put in our timeline to target, to really begin to enhance farmers' capability of using technology like drones, instead of them trying to go out to the field after it rains to see if there's flooding. You send up a drone to take pictures and do a LiDAR
Right.
analysis
Right.
very quickly. So that's where we want to take our producers.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Miles has her hand up.
How you doing, Dr. Miles?
Good morning. I didn't realize I had my hand up. Must be meant for me to speak. But good morning, everyone. My question is, the last program you had, which was a smart agro pilot, is this like a follow from that? Because I was a part of my family farm, the smart agro pilot. Is this a follow up or kind of like the same program?
So, very good question, and good morning, Dr. Miles.
Good
So,
morning.
Dr.
How you doing?
Miles is a participant, and so when I was talking about transitioning those farmers who were in good standings in the Smart Agro pilot, transitioning them over to this pilot, yes, they're two separate pilots. They terminated the Smart Agro pilot and made us terminate the name. And we didn't have a choice. We could have walked away from the whole thing, but I'm not the type to walk away. So we adjusted and adapted. And what we're going to do is we're giving our producers that are in good standings the option if they want to participate in this new program. I think most of them are going to say yes. And so, Dr. Miles, to answer the other side of your question is that this is a new program that you'll be entered into, and you'll be hearing from us here in the near future,
Okay. Thank you so
reaching
much.
out to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much,
And
Ms. Hudson.
yes, and I do want to follow up, Dr. Miles, before you go. Walter Jackson and I do want to have a conversation with you.
Absolutely. I'm available.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Let's see, Mr. Muhammad as well has information in the chat for um, the drones. Let me see, what does he have in there? He has information about the fireflies.
That's just the automated notification of the recording.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions?
So the application process, will you be sending something out to let people know what they have to do? Because I think I got in on the last part of the first pilot and never kind of really made it through other than the application process. So how long before would you be sending information out about what we need to do to join, things of that nature?
Yes, great question, Mr. Holland. So you were one of the ones that got caught right when we was getting ready to engage those who were newly being onboarded into the program. So we will be having a meeting next week. We met with people like Samantha last week to talk about these new requirements that we know have to be in place and see what their reaction would be to that. And so most of the center influences felt that they were not something that were a deal breaker. So that information will be coming out next week. Yeah, so we'll be reaching out to you. You don't have to reach out to us. We'll be reaching out to you. I already have the staff ready to go. We have all the names of those individuals that are in the program, and as long as their phone number or email has not changed, we will be sending documents out. So um, Monday morning after our meeting, that will be executed.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you very
Samantha, I didn't
much.
go over my time.
You're good. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Wonderful information again that we're looking forward to presenting to everyone after next week. Um, thanks again, Mr. Hudson.
You're welcome. And y'all have a great weekend.
Thank you. You did the same. Um, our next presenter.
Well, good morning and Happy New Year to most of you who I see a lot of names that I know. Happy New Year to you. I hope that the storm did not do you too bad. And I'm glad to see that the conference is still going forward. I'm going to share my screen. I don't think I can.
Ms. Velma, you have co-host privileges, so you should be able to
do?
share your screen.
Okay, let me try it again.
Okay.
Share. Okay, I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, good morning to everyone. My name is Velma Oliver. I am the Assistant Director for the Mississippi Small Farm and Agribusiness Center at Alcorn State University. And today I have the honor of, by Ms. Reverend Coleman, of bringing to you an upcoming short course that we're going to be implementing. And it's called Farm Business Plan Development. And this is going to be a practical, step-by-step course designed to help small farmers build valuable. And when I say valuable, I mean a plan that they can use, farm business plan. And this course is all about helping farmers establish a plan that is sound. So who are we? And we are the Mississippi Small Farm and Agribusiness Center. And our role is simple. We help farmers to manage, not just produce. Because over the years, we found that most farmers already know how to grow. We don't really have to teach you how to grow. But where many need support is the management side, planning for production, the financial aspects, which can sometimes become intimidating, and helping you to establish, plan, or have farm enterprises that are sustainable and help you to make those sound decisions to help keep your farm sustainable. So we basically nurture the development and growth of small farms and agribusinesses. We try to take you step by step, and we try to make the processes as simple as possible. And we serve farmers throughout the entire state. And our focus, number one, is profitability. 2, risk management. And number 3, to help you to remain sustainable. And I heard the last speaker talk about hobby farming, that their focus is going to be on those farms that are for profit. And I'm glad that you mentioned it, because that is our goal. We want you to look at your farm as a farm, as you're farming to for business, for profit. So when we decided to do this class again, it comes from years of experience. It's nothing that we just pull out the air. I heard Dr. Miles. I'm glad to hear her voice this morning. Hi, Dr. Miles.
Good morning, Ms. Oliver. Good morning.
Good morning. We have done extensive work with new beginning farmers and even existing farmers over the years. As a matter of fact, before she left, we did 6 years of farm business plan development. And that's how we learned that we don't have to teach you fundamentals based on those 6 cohorts that we took through our trainings. So, because you already know how to grow. Our main concern is to help you to make decisions with clarity. And what do I mean? Simply, when you have a plan, that you will know your numbers and you will understand your numbers, and you will look at your numbers as a guide to help you to remain solvent in agriculture. What we see across small farms, again, we've done this work for years, and from my experience, most small farmers are just guessing because they're making decisions without enough information, basically without a plan. And some of the common challenges that we hear: they have strong production skills, but they are limited financial clarity. Again, they make decisions without a written plan. Some of them have a hard time explaining their farm to lenders or agencies. And how can you explain it when you go to a lender and you don't have any financial statements, or you don't have that plan in writing to really validate your conversation with the lender? And a lot of times we find that they miss opportunities because they are not prepared. Why does business planning matter? A farm business plan, we know it doesn't change how hard you work, but it'll change how well your work works for you. Our saying in the center is those who fail to plan to fail. And I know you probably heard that saying too. But that business plan helps you to work smart and not hard. And I put some bullet points here. What other things that the farm business plan help you with? It connects your production to profit. A couple of years ago, I took a course, a train-the-trainer course out of Minnesota, Know Your Cost to Grow. And that's basically what they do. Connect production with profit. They help you to look at your production and how is that connected to your costs? How is that connected to, how do you calculate your time, your returns to ownership and management? So in that trainer session, our goal is to teach farmers how to do a time study, how to assign value to every step in their production process. A farm business plan also helps to improve your record keeping and your cash flow. And from month to month, you're aware of where your pitfalls are when it comes to your cash flow. And it'll help you communicate clearly with lenders and partners. And there is proof that having a plan works, because when you take time to plan, the biggest change probably won't be your acreage, but it'll be your confidence. Because over time, we have evidence from outcomes. And this is a list of some of the outcomes from our previous cohorts. They were able to identify the enterprise that best fit their land. Because in the beginning, when we started working with the new and beginning farms, they had all these grand ideas. But throughout the entire process of working with them, a lot of them changed their original plan because that original plan did not fit their land, especially when it comes to livestock production. We know that when it comes to livestock, you have to make sure that your animals' stocking rate fit the land. And some producers project way over their heads. And so this farm business plan workshop will help you understand how to best position yourself to have an enterprise that best fits your land. And also, producers have increased their confidence in pursuing USDA programs and funding. And we have a lot. I'm going to share one testimony. I couldn't share them all because I'll be here all day. Of how going through our workshops, how we boost their confidence to get funded for some of the practices through USDA. And they were able to complete a real world plan that not only completed, but also implement that program. And so some of those farms are currently in operation today. The shortcut course. So what does this course actually cover? We're going to, in this short course, we use this platform called Ag Plan. And this is just a tool for developing the plan. And the difference in going through our training is that it's going to be informal. It's going to be a non-traditional setting, simple. It's not going to be intimidating, and we're going to slow it down. We're going to all move at the same progression. We're not going to leave anyone behind. Everyone will move in sync together. But what I like about Ag Plan is that they have different modules or different type of plans that you can choose to write from, whether you are doing value added, whether you are transitioning to organic, or if any kind of ag commodity, any kind of crop production or livestock production. And even if you don't want to do an ag plan, you can do a non-agricultural plan because they have a personal plan side. And inside of that platform, there are tips, there are questions, there are links for additional resources. Any information that you put into Ag Plan is protected, it's private, it's secure. No one has access unless you grant it. And so what I'm saying here is once you set up your plan, then you will have to send us a request to be reviewers and on your plan. Other than that, no one else will have access. Only the person that you assign as a reviewer. And you can assign anyone to be a reviewer. Anyone inside Alcorn, anyone outside of Alcorn can be your reviewer on your plan and give you points to help you improve it. And what I like about the University of Minnesota, who this platform is through, their Center for Farm Financial Management, they employ up-to-date server and firmware technology to keep all your information safe. If you forget your password, you can email them and they will send you a link to get you back into your plan. And that link will only go to you. And everything is organized. The information is organized with every component of a traditional business plan. But all that information may not be for your farm operation. So some things you can skip. And once you go through all the sections and fill in all the information for your operation, when you download, it automatically converts into a formatted plan that you can print or email for funding. And one of the key things I want to point out is that last bullet. No writing experience is required. It's just that simple. You don't have to have writing experience. Only thing you need to come with is an idea. It doesn't have to be a concrete idea. As I said earlier, a lot of participants from our past cohorts started with grand ideas that changed. Some were diversifying too fast as a new beginning farmer. They had too many enterprises wrapped up in one plan. And then they learned it's just simple to if you're new, hone in on that one enterprise and see how well you do in that one enterprise. So what happens in each session? Each of our sessions will be hands-on, and it's not going to be sit in front of the computer and just listen. We want to interact We want to engage. We want you to ask questions. We don't believe in no dumb questions. Every question to us is important because we're going to be working with real farm information from past experience. And we want to help you build each component of your plan. And we're going to have expert presenters for each of those sections to help you to brainstorm on ideas for your plan. And hopefully we'll be able to set up some breakout sessions for people who have similar enterprises, and maybe you can brainstorm together in those sessions. And then we'll come back at the end and do like a recap. Also, our goal would be to give you feedback and support as you write your plan. And before we start the process, we're going to start with a SWOT analysis so that you will be able to identify your strengths and weaknesses, which are internal to your operation, and those opportunities and those threats, which are external to your operation. And a lot of times, once you identify, once we do that SWOT analysis, that's basically where your main idea comes forward from what type of enterprise you would like to be engaged. And so, what will you finish with? Our goal is for you to leave with a well-written plan that you can take to the bank, you can get funded, and that you can implement. We want you to leave with something that you can use, that is not only clear and understandable for you. If you can understand it, then we know a lender will understand it. And we hope that when you finish, you'll be better prepared to seek funding for your operation. Because in that plan, in the financial section, you're going to learn that lenders are going to go straight to that section and see how much money you really are seeking. And so that financial plan is where we find a lot of our cohort participants were very intimidated by. And a lot of them, for some reason, skipped the financial section, which is one of the most important elements of the plan. Because if you're about the business of making money, that area has to be simple and written in for that lender to evaluate. Who is this course for? If you know how to farm, but you want more clarity on a business plan, on the business side, this course is for you. If you are already farming, but you don't have a plan, this course is for you. If you're trying to expand your operation, this course is for you. And so so far, we have over 50 participants who have signed up, and we've opened it up not only to Mississippi, but to anyone who wants to join in and are interested in writing a plan. And so we got participants all over the United States who have signed up. If you are new and beginning farmer, rancher, veteran, or an existing small farmer, we encourage you to sign up. If you're seeking funding or if you're trying to expand, we encourage you to sign up. If you want some financial clarity, we encourage you to sign up. If you want to put a plan in place that you can follow and help you to make sound farm management decisions when it comes to your farm enterprise, we encourage you to sign up. And this is a testimonial from one of our beef producers from Jackson, Mississippi. And this is an email that she sent to Dr. Miles and I. And she was a part of our very last cohort. And I want to read it. It says, "Good morning, Dr. Miles and Miss Oliver. I just wanted to share some great news with you all. My ag plan has been fully funded by USDA NRCS through the Conservation Innovation Grant. To God be the glory. My project will involve creating an organic culture-based demonstration agroforestry center to mitigate climate change and promote soil health. I also received an EQIP contract through USDA NRCS. I recently installed a well at my farm, Brighter Future Farm LLC, utilizing EQIP funds. I'm so grateful for the valuable information that I've learned through the New Beginning Farmers, Ranchers, and Veteran Program at Alcorn State University. And I want to thank you all for everything. Thank you all so much. And I'm so grateful for this wonderful opportunity. Have a blessed day." And so this is just one of many testimonials from our previous cohorts. And I just really want to share this one with you all, that business plan works. It's not just about joining the training, developing a plan, and just putting it on the shelf. It's about implementing that plan, because we're going to do follow-up to see where you are in that plan. And on this last slide is the flyer that we've been promoting. And so it's not too late to sign up, because our goal is to start around March 4th. And registration will close on February 15th. So we got a few days left. Today is the 7th. So we got about a week left before the link closes. And I've already put the link inside of the chat for anyone who would like to sign up today. It's free. All it requires is your time. And right now, we don't have an established time as to what time of day we're going to start. That's TBA. After the link closes, I'm going to email everyone that signed out. Since we got people from different time zones, hopefully I'll be able to send out a calendar so we can come up with a time and day every month that works for everyone. And right now, I'm thinking we may have at least 6 sessions, because in the past, we did everything over a 6-month period. And ever since we announced this course, you won't believe the opportunities that are coming in my email for small farmers. I say, man, if only they had a plan right now. So right now, the value-added producer grant application is available. And in that grant, they have 2 sides. They have a planning side and a working capital side. If you apply for the planning side, you can write a proposal to say that you're gonna hire someone, or you're gonna be developing a farm business plan for whatever type of enterprise that you're gonna develop that will help you to actually grow a crop and then convert that crop into a value-added product. But if you are already established and you already have a business plan, you can go for the working capital grant. And I think the planning grant is like 50,000, but the working capital grant, I believe, is over 100,000. So that's an opportunity for you if you don't have a plan written yet. You can apply for the write a proposal for the planning side, to do a feasibility study, or to write a business plan. If you have an established plan, you can use that money to actually apply for working capital. And what can you do with that money? You can use that money for supplies, materials, pay salaries, for marketing your value added product. And so that's out now. Also, I received an email. I think it might have been from Mr. Tony Jones. Mr. Tony Jones is looking for producers to satisfy a vegetable market. I said, man, I wish I knew some people that had a plan. And so I'm looking every day for opportunities that will help you if you have a written plan. Because again, we all about farming as a business, more so than a hobby. And I'm going to stop right now for Q&A. I think I have a few minutes.
Okay, just want to say good morning to Ms. Oliver and the amazing job you're doing. I had no doubt you would do an amazing job. And thank you for a great presentation. I am going to sign up for the program, part of Benjamin Family Farm LLC. So I'll be able to actually get a chance to zero in on the farm. I was on the education side for 25 years. Those that don't know, I retired. So now I'm focusing on our family farm. So I'll be elated to sign up and focus now on how to do a business plan for our family farm. So I'll be signing up. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And I wanted to add, Dr. Miles and I think we got over $1 million to conduct these trainings with farmers. But guess what? I'm doing it without grant funding. This is a mission of the center. We're all about helping you grow and helping you be profitable. And so the way this came back around last year, Mr. Ricky Johnson and I and Miss Carolyn Banks, we put together a series of farmers roundtables. And this is one of the issues that came out. The farmers that were there, none of them had a plan. Zero plans. So that is the reason why we decided to do this. With all the cuts by the current administration, we said, you know what? We can do it on Zoom. It don't cost us nothing. We don't have to worry about traveling, putting in travel, and getting, not having enough money to travel throughout the year. We just do it on Zoom and make it convenient for the producer, because this is something that has to be done. We want to put action to what we promised in 2025. So that is how this course came about for this year.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Oliver. Any other questions for Ms. Oliver at this time? I think we're all excited now about the
Can you hear me?
class.
Hey, Ms. Oliver.
Hello.
Okay, hey, my name is Antoine Maxwell, and I'm really new to this space, but I'm working with some very seasoned people. One of them actually is Mr. Tony Jones. And so he's been a very good guiding resource for the density of how making sure that the information is able to be grasped by people across all learning capabilities and the barriers that are intrinsically there. This process that you all are doing, the behind the scene layer that I want to ask about is, are are we preparing people using like the authorization reviewer of this? Because so much I can talk to as a developer ag plan in a certain way. Ag plan doesn't have an open API, but it's like you can prepare people to go into ag plan and it can all be automated. So that way it's almost like people can just talk to it and then we capture that data because, it's a lot of paperwork. and, I just wanted to hear, is that a program? I'm also a former Alcornite. I went to
Okay.
Alcorn in 2002. I had a full vocal music scholarship, full scholarship ride at Alcorn. And I'm also working very closely with the city of Mount Bayou, where they have the Alcorn Extension Center. I'm working with the hospital across the street to rebuild it, which is like the first Black hospital in America. And I would
Okay.
love to tie ag into that hospital, especially when the Alcorn Extension Center is right across the road.
Oh
you know,
yeah.
so yeah, I appreciate what how you guys are trying to make it tangible. But yeah, I just wanted to know, do y'all have an automated aspect of this?
We
They
don't
can like,
control eggplant. We don't control eggplant.
okay,
Eggplant is the University of Minnesota,
correct.
and so it's really really simple. Once
Mm-hmm,
once you go into the website and set up your username and password,
mm-hmm.
because I'm going to be actually as an instructor, because there's
Oh,
an
cool.
instructor side. I'm just going to be teaching the farmers how to use the platform
Copy,
and encourage them to sign up in account. The accounts are free. And so
copy.
once they establish their accounts, every month we're going to go through each component
Mm-hmm,
of that platform,
copy.
from the mission statement, the vision, the goals. We're going to talk about SMART goals. We're going to
Gotcha.
talk about the marketing plan, the basically if you know risk management education,
Mm-hmm.
5 different areas of risk. We're going to go through all of that. And
Copy.
so yeah, it's really simple.
And
It's
this is
really
the
simple.
same
They're gonna
software
pick,
that's on the Center for Financial Management. Like I was on the website, so I
yeah,
know.
that's
Yeah,
the
okay,
website.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, I was downloading it now just as a techie thing. I was like, I think I can access this now. Yeah, it's pretty open.
Yeah. So we've been using it
Oh, cool.
for years. And my account is still active.
Mhm.
I went on the other day and I still see previous uh plans that were shared with me by past cohorts.
Cool.
And I still go back and look at their plan. Yeah. So it's controlled by them. We don't control anything. It's
Copy.
just free for us to use, and they put it out there for us to share with our farmers and to help our farmers to build a plan from it.
Copy. Thank you so much.
Yes. But what I like about it is that it is secure
Mhm.
and that the information is safe.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't worried about this, especially knowing University of Michigan. I said, oh yeah, they got security times 10. So yeah.
Yeah. And see, I use a lot of their tools.
Okay.
In the center,
Oh,
we have a small farm loan. So I
mhm.
use FinPack. It's called FinPack Plus. I use that. We haven't started using it yet, but we updated the loan application and we're going to be transitioning our loan application
Mhm.
through FinPack so that FinPack will do all of the risk assessment
Right.
for us. It'll help me with the loan origination and underwriting. So it's going to help me
Copy.
do a lot
Yeah.
to make that determination of whether or not we should fund that operation.
Copy. Does
Yeah.
does ag so with y'all uses, because I see it's really like ag tourism, organic transition, personal plan, small business, everything right there,
Right.
emergency preparedness
Everything right
plan
there.
right
Exactly.
there. Which I, as a developer, I've been twiddling my thumbs, pulling these things together for my clients, and it's right here. So it's really exciting. But what I was gonna ask too is that, is there how how is the are you guys going to do some of the case management and like that's why you're doing one-on-one or like a personal workshop kind of environment, so that way there won't
That's
be
why.
interpretation. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because normally you just can go out there on your own
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah, and I'm a
filter
geek, so yeah,
and
I
filter
understand.
through it. And filter through it'll come easy for you. But a lot of small farmers are not going to do this on their own. And that's why we're doing it, to walk with them through it. Any more questions? I have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Oliver, I just wanted to ask as well. Do you perceive the virtual classes to be after 5 o'clock in the evening Central Time or during the day as well?
We learned that evenings work best. But right now I don't know what time,
Okay.
because I got people from California that have signed up, and so I think they're like 2 hours behind us.
Right, right.
So yeah, and then I got people on the East Coast. So it's a pretty good mix of people who have signed up. So I'm gonna get the consensus of everyone of what will be the best time based on our central time zone, and we apply it to the other zones.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks again, Miss Oliver. That was great. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
And thanks everyone as well for your patience with the technical difficulty. So
I
thank
have
you.
I have a comment, Miss Samantha,
Yes.
please. I would like to comment as a testimonial to the small farmers program that I took with Alcorn under Dr. Miles and Miss Oliver. I believe it was in 20 or 21. I started farming. I came in as a neophyte. I knew absolutely nothing about farming and let alone books, how important it was to keep the books. Since that class, I've become educated on maintaining good financial records and documenting, keeping receipts. I have learned about soil amendments. I have learned how to market. I've learned how to network with others. Um, the ag plan that Miss Velma Oliver put up, I use that plan to this day. And again, I started this class in 20 or 21. I continue to use that plan. I've been approved for 2 grants I've actually received. I'm currently waiting to hear a response on the third grant. Um, I even was approved for a high tunnel, but didn't find out until 3 years later. And that has nothing to do with this program, that's FSA. But I want to say this program has been a blessing for me. Now I've pivoted from agritourism to um, being uh, um, I market and sell plant starts. I sell quail eggs. I'm a quail producer and a few other things. I do value added and I'm able to maintain my records. And I use that ag plan, like I said, to this day. So thank you, Ms. Oliver, Dr. Miles. I think this is an excellent program. I had an opportunity to get a loan, but I decided not to. But I think this is an excellent program if you're interested in farming. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher.
Oh, Ms. Fletcher, thank you. Our work is not in vain.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to say thank you, Miss Oliver. My name is Grafton McDaniels. I am in Jackson, Mississippi. And I just want you to know that was a beautiful presentation. I just loved it. And I am thinking about signing up myself, but I am a small gardener farmer. But thank you so very much.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you all, and thank you, Ms. Cope, Ms. Revelin, for the opportunity.
Thanks again. Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Okay, and our next presenter, Mr. Brown. Again, thank you again for your patience with the technical difficulties.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Can they see?
Yeah.
I see if they can see it.
Yeah. Can you see? We sort of limited on our technology this morning due to power outages and what have you. But how are we doing? Can you see where we are? Where we are?
Can hear
No, I
you.
can only see your name.
I don't see my name. All right. Hold on a minute.
But can they see your pic? Can you see his picture?
No.
You have to give us a minute here.
Yeah, make sure the camera's on.
Oh, start video. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
There you go. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, we have to bear with us. We don't have we still have power outage up here, so we don't have as much of the ability as we have in the past. But anyway, we're going to do what we can. So I'm going to talk to you about growing mushrooms. Uh, Normally, I would give some demonstrations on a lot of things I'm going to say, but it's we won't do it this morning. So what I'm going to do is just list several things that we're involved with, and in case you think of something that I didn't mention, then we can talk about it. So we want to talk about your proper site to grow mushrooms, the harvesting of the wood to grow mushrooms on, if you're using wood, because we have wood versus other means, and then the different types of wood, when to plant, caring for the mushrooms while they are uh, in the process of producing. We want to talk about the harvesting, refrigeration, storage, and marketing. So that's what I'm going to try to say a word or two. Now, site to grow. You need to think about where you're going to locate your. If you're doing logs, you want to think about where you want to locate your logs. That can be uh very important. And then you want to think about the type of wood that you would use. The time. Now, right now is a good time to cut the wood to put the mushrooms on because right now the leaves are not out on the trees, which means that the food value is a bigger portion of food down in the log in the tree. And if you use wood that's not budded out, you'll get better mushrooms. They'll grow better. They'll have more because they have more food supply. And there's several types of wood. The type that I like to use sweet gum. I like to use oak. I like to use cherry. And here recently, we've had a little bit of experiment with some pine logs. Um, each one of those have its advantages and disadvantages. Sweet gum produces quite a bit, but it just doesn't last as long. The oak produces well and it lasts longer. Cherry is a good wood to use. You don't want to you want to be selective in using your cherry because it's a very valuable wood. So what you want to do is try try to get the trees that's not going to ever be any good. The one that's crooked, bent over, what have you. And the time to plant would be you could do it now until about I'd say the middle of April. That would be sorry about we had a little interaction. But now would be a good time. Uh, one other thing we need to consider that I didn't mention would be safety in getting your logs. Right now, it's quite a bit of trees that's down, they've been over. So you want to make sure you know how to cut that so that it won't you won't get an injury. When a tree's been over, you have to learn how to take the power out of that tree before you go ahead and actually cut a short log out of there. And we like to cut those logs about 40 inches long. We like to have them about no more than 6 inches in diameter. 4 to 6 inches is good. And while the mushrooms are actually, it's going to take 4 to 6 months in most cases for the mushroom to produce. So what you want to do is make sure you keep a certain amount of moisture. You can do it by having an automatic sprinkler system, or you can take a water hose and just water them I wouldn't say every day, but maybe once every 2 to 3 days. And of course, if it's raining, you can let the rain do it. Another thing you want to consider is if you're on a community system, water system, you're going to have a lot of Clorox. So you might want to have a filter that will filter some of that because the Clorox is not going to work good for your mushrooms. And the other thing is harvesting the mushrooms. You want to, most of the I grow is shiitake and oysters. So you want to select the shiitake when they begin to form a little umbrella, not really spread out, but almost have to show you. But anyway, you want to be able to select those at a certain time. The oysters, you want to select those usually when they come out, probably in about from time they come out, about 3 days, then you should be picking the oysters. And the other thing is you need to store your mushrooms. Although you may have a market, but the market may have a certain routine as to when. Okay, we have some unauthorized callers, but what you want to do is be able to store the mushrooms, and the way I'm going to show you here in just a second how you would store the mushroom. Um, but you need to have some type of refrigeration to store the mushrooms until you can take the mushroom to the market or wherever, however you would, dispose of them. Uh, right now, I kind of got caught with not a good system during the ice storm, so I lost quite a few mushrooms because my refrigeration was down. And but you once you harvest the mushrooms, I like to use little boxes like this right here. Uh, this box here is 14 inches long, 10 inches wide, 6 inches thick, deep. You can get about easily get 4 to 5 pounds mushrooms in this box here. Of course, you want to just have it sort of designed according to the size of your refrigerator, but most of the refrigerators this fits well. Um, and what you want to do if you don't have that many, starting off what you want, you can use brown paper bags. Brown paper bags will keep the mushroom fresh for quite a while. You can once you put them in the bag, roll the top down and put some type of clip on it. And the more air you keep out of the bag, the longer the mushroom is going to last. And so what I like to do, this is a new carton right here. Uh, so we take it and we put it together. We put it together, and this is a nice way to tape it. So now you got your box. So I generally weigh the mushrooms from time to time as I pick them, so I pretty much know how many I'm putting in here. But you don't want to put mushrooms in the boxes if your sprinkler system will just come on and they're real damp, wet. So you don't want to put those in here. You want to have them not just dry, but you want to have them where no water's dripping. So once you put them in this box right here, then you will uh, fold it over and we'll do the same thing. So now this is ready. Once you once you do this, you can probably keep this 3 to 4 weeks before, and they'll still be healthy mushrooms. Now I'm going to open a box here that that's the refrigeration went bad because of lack of electricity. So we had a few mushrooms. We're just gonna see what they look like. So they're probably not gonna look very well. This is just let you know that in the planting stage, you need to think about refrigeration. Uh, these should have been purple oysters, but they now the color is gone, and so these are no good. But another thing you could do, you can set up a system to dry the mushrooms. I haven't done very much of that, but that would be a way once you got overstocked or had a process that you wasn't going to be able to dispose of them, then you could dry the mushrooms, keep them for a long period of time. But this is so what we'll do at some point, invite all of you to come down. We'll do a hands-on workshop and show what we do. Uh, we actually grow some mushrooms on bags on the inside, which is a different process. It works. It works real well, but since we don't have current, I'm not going to try to show you that today. But if you interested, then I'd be more than happy for you to come out and we can spend all the time necessary and go through it step by step and make you a mushroom farmer.
Awesome.
I, I think this is about all I have to say, unless you have something you'd like to ask me.
Mr. Brown, can you talk about your markets you have?
Okay. Yeah, the market, I've been doing mostly the farmers market. That's where I started. But now I've ventured off into some of the restaurants. They begin to get the they'll begin to buy mushrooms. And this little box here, what I do on for the commercial buyers that buy the entire box, uh we have been going anywhere from $10 to $12 per pound. But if we do it on, I should have brought the little basket that I use, and maybe we can get one in a second, that I use at the market. You can get about 3 baskets out of, at least 2.5 baskets out of a pound, depending on how many you put on the basket. You can easily get two baskets, but most time you get more. Um, so I do $10 a basket, which means you getting at least $20 a pound. This is the size basket right here. This is it right here. Uh,
Whoa.
so and people, they love it because actually actually this is cheaper than they are in the stores actually. But but we've had good success. We just started this past summer doing it a little bit on the commercial side, where we actually reached the point where we have produced enough mushrooms to actually go, in the poundage rate. But but that market is increasing because more restaurants begin to ask about. We've done quite well this past summer, and hopefully it'll get better. Because now I'm actually doing the mushrooms on logs and actually doing them inside. So it's an advantage and disadvantage. The outside mushroom, once you get the logs inoculated, you're through. But on the bags, then they're going on to last about, you'll get about two to three crops, and then you have to throw the bags away and start over. Plus, you
Alert
got
from
to
Google
have
Chrome www YouTube.
plus you've got to have a facility where you have to keep a certain amount of humidity coming in. You got to have a certain amount of moist of air that you're pulling out. So I actually got those on timers, and I think I started off did a little trial and error, but I did the pulling the carbon out. Mushrooms give off carbon, so you pull the carbon out about every 5 minutes. I think I started off every 10 minutes, then I dropped it down to 5. But anyway, you pull that off, and I've been working pretty good every 3 hours. And then I have the mist, the water system that comes in and brings a little mist in for about 5 minutes for about every 4 hours. And what did I miss? Oh, the lights. Yeah. So we keep a certain amount of light. You want enough light to where you could probably read a newspaper. Doesn't have to be excessive, but you want a fair amount of light there all the time. And that's what you do inside. Uh, Outside you have the natural light. You got you would have to supplement your moisture. Uh, and then when the temperature gets too high outside, yeah, you want to keep the temperature of the mushrooms anywhere from 60 to 70 degrees inside. So you want to regulate that. So it's a little more, be a little more technology on the ones on the inside, but it's not hard. Uh, so I like both.
Right.
And did I answer the question?
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Brown. Two questions. One is, where are you guys located?
Uh, we're located in Water Valley. Well, south of Water Valley. Most people know where Grenada or know where Oxford. So we're in between those towns. It's on off of Highway 7.
Okay.
Highway 7 coming from Holly Springs to Grenada. We're about 2 miles east of Highway 7 once you get about 5 miles south of Water Valley. So, excuse me, not hard to find.
Awesome. Well, another thing is, Ryan, we would love to come see you soon. I wrote last year, just to throw it out for you all, I wrote last year a value added producer grant for mushrooms, and I never sent it. And it was for freeze dried mushrooms that were infused with herbs. So I wrote a whole planning grant and a producer grant that I didn't submit.
Okay. We need that.
But when you said about the dehydration process, I was like, Jesus, that's my grant. I was like, Lord, I just wrote this down. So I would love to talk with you very soon. Thank you so much for sharing it.
Yeah, well, we definitely need the more aspects we can have in this project, the more profitable it is, because uh we would like to be able to save all that we produce,
Right,
and people actually like dried mushrooms.
right,
They
right,
actually like them, and we
right.
did
And
a
I've
little
also,
bit,
the research I saw was
just to
that,
see how it would go.
well, I also did the research to see that when you freeze dry them, they're able to maintain their nutritional value. So you can then infuse them with herbs. So then when people would take them out,
Mhm.
it's like they soak you would marinate the mushroom. So how commercials and restaurants were like, okay, we really like this because it's almost like pre-prepared just by infusing it with the herbs.
Mhm.
So I would love to give you that grant. You can have it.
Yeah, we we would love to, because one thing that I've got to do that I really took for granted that I had everything going, but I've got to get this energy deal. We've got to maintain refrigeration. We got to maintain energy. Right now, I have a well. I can't run the well because uh, because I don't have electricity,
Correct.
and uh, and I can't run the refrigerators because I don't have electricity. I can't run the lights. So what I'm looking at now is one of those standby generators that will operate whenever the current goes off. So I
Correct. And
definitely need
I did
that for
note
me
that when you
and
said
the
it, I did note your when you said that earlier, I heard you and I wrote it down. That is where we expertise in maintaining the power and signaling and structuring. So I do data. I work with it. I sell data centers that are like this big, and
So
they're.
thank you again, Mr. Brown.
We can talk. I would look forward to get your information.
Thank you again,
okay.
Mr. Brown. We really appreciate your challenges today. And we also see your determination and commitment to making sure that we know the information about raising mushrooms and the opportunity. So at
Thank
this
you.
time, we want to go ahead, Mr. Brown. There is a survey for mushrooms from Alcorn State University professor. If we can get that survey out and use your last 10 minutes for that survey, But you are very committed to making sure that we know about mushrooms. So we do appreciate you and being in our circle for our community.
Okay, thank you.
If we can get that survey, the mushroom survey.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Sharonda Gibson Marion, and in the chat there is a link to the mushroom survey from Dr. Marima with Alcorn State University. If you will click on that link and complete the PDF, once you are completed, you will need to save as either to the cloud or to your desktop or whatever best methods you use to save your documents. And then once it is saved, you will need to email it as an attachment to Dr. Vicki Williams, and her email address is also in the chat. I also want to mention that if you are unable to click on the link, or if you are using your phone versus actually in the Zoom, my email address is also in the chat. You can email me directly and I will email you the survey. And thank you again, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
And also after the survey, we will be taking a 10-minute break to resume the conference in just a little while. But we have had some the first three presentations were just wonderful. A lot of information. And of course, one of our goals here at Rural Root Progressive Coalition is to strive toward making sure that we are in the know. That's why you hear me a lot saying information, information, information. So thanks again. Again, we're so excited for everyone to be here, and we will take the survey and then take our break for 10 minutes, and we'll resume according to the time period. Thank you.
We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now. Oh, all of the people around us, they say, can we be that close? Just let me say for the record, we're giving love in a bit of Hey, y'all. I got all my sisters with me. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now. Oh, all of the people around us, they say, can we be that close? Just let me say for the record, we're giving love in a band. Sisters with me, we are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now. Oh, all of the people around us, they say, can we be that close? Just let me say for the record, we're giving love in a band. Our family. Hey, y'all. I got all my sisters. Hey, get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now.
If you are still working on the survey, it actually, you don't have to save it. It's actually going directly into the job form application. Thank you, Antoine, for bringing that to our attention. If you have any technical difficulties with the survey, please let me know. Thank you.
Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know now. Oh, all of the people around us, they say, can we be that close? Just let me say for the record, we're giving love in a band. Our family. Hey, y'all. I got all my sisters. Hey, get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone, can you see we're together as we walk along? Hey, and we flock just like birds of a feather. I want you to know.
Ms. Samantha?
Can you unmute me?
Good morning. Good morning. I wasn't sure if this is where I needed to jump in and jump on, but I'm going to take a chance and say that it is. I'd like to welcome each of you. I am Dr. Sabrina Edmond Williams, educator, author, and investor, opening minds and closing contracts. I am so noted, and I am so excited and so delighted to be here with you today to lead this discussion on a very important topic, which is heirs property. Now, I want to go ahead and issue a disclaimer. This is my standard disclaimer whenever I am speaking. I am not a JD. I am not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer, nor do I have a desire to be. I am a PhD. I'm an educator. And one of the things that I think our community really, really needs is education when it comes to those things of importance that impact and affect our legacy. So if you will allow me, I'd like to share my screen and start this very important discussion on heirs property. Thank you again for joining me this morning. 1 second as I prepare to share my screen. Okay. And I need to jump over to slideshow mode. So give me just 1 second. All right. So for those of you that may be just joining us again this morning, our goal is to get a better understanding of heirs property, what it is, how it impacts us, and why we need to make sure, if possible, that we take actions to ensure that our legacies are not left as heirs property. So let's talk about it. What is it? Heirs property. It's a legal term, that it is, but it's not just a legal term. It's one of the most common and costly legal mistakes that I see Black families making. Families have often believed that their homes will simply just pass on to their kids when they pass away, but legally it becomes shared ownership among heirs. So if you have not created a will or a trust and you pass away, or if you have a family member that has not created a will or a trust, then whatever property that you leave behind will be left behind as heirs property. And basically that means there is no single heir that owns that specific property. So when the property owner dies or passes away, it's not necessarily that we're trying to create heirs property situations for our loved ones. Just on purpose. That's never our goal. It's created though by our silence, by our delay, our belief that we'll get around to it, we'll handle it later. Every generation that fails to plan makes the ownership more fragmented and more fragile. So again, I go back to, and I want you to listen to me good this morning. If you know that you have not created a will or a trust and you own property and you pass away, then this is the situation that you will be creating for your heirs. Now, let's look at this graphically so you can better understand what that means. So person at the top is the original title owner. This is, in my case, my grandfather. My grandparents were born in 1912, had very limited education, but they were able to get 40 acres of land and they built a home. They reared 8 children of their own and many, many other family members. Now, when they passed away, unfortunately, they had never taken an heirs property seminar. I'm sure there probably were not any available to them. So they did unintentionally create this situation that we see depicted here. So again, you have the original title owner. Let's say that person had 2 children. So that person doesn't have a will or a trust or any type of instructions left behind. Each one of their children get 50% ownership share in that property. Well, if those individuals pass away, or when they pass away, again, their share passes on to their heirs and it becomes more fragmented. So that 50% share is split then, let's say if there are 2 children, into 25% shares of ownership. And it continues to decrease by the number of heirs that are introduced into the family each time someone passes and each time a situation is not corrected. So you can see, and what I want you to do, I like to make things real. Again, I'm an educator. Imagine a piece of a slice of pizza, a whole pizza. Let's say the whole pizza. We slice it into maybe 8 slices, and everybody gets a pretty decent amount of pizza. But when you take those 8 shares and you start slicing those into slices, and then you take it and you slice it into more slices, eventually you only have a share, not even a whole piece of pepperoni. You only have a share. So that's what's created with this heirs property situation. And I hope you understand, for those of you that didn't understand, and I'm going to be transparent, Dr. Williams did not understand to just a few years ago what heirs property really was. I've heard the term all my life. I am a recipient. I am an heir. As I say, my grandparents left that situation for us to rectify. So just so that you
y'all going back on
understand,
your
I
house
want to
again.
make it
All right.
clear. And I
I'll
do
tell
hear
you what, you
talking.
listen while I feed the.
Oh, okay, could you go ahead and mute, co-host? Please mute that individual. Okay, so let's talk about an heir, that term heir. What is an heir, or who is an heir? So an heir is defined by law, okay? Not family traditions, not who showed up at grandma's house, not who we liked, not who we didn't like, not who paid the legal bills. The heir is defined by law. Whereas families are often shocked when the legal list of heirs does not match their emotional list, okay? Because sometimes we have family conflicts, but the law will tell us who is entitled to inherit under their state laws. And remember, the word state, each state has different definitions, different laws. So we have to be very mindful of that as well. I want you to write down this term if you're not familiar with it, because again, I go back to Dr. Williams came here to educate you today. Intestate, when you die without a will, you die intestate. And basically that means you are saying in essence that I will allow the state to determine what happens to my property or the things that I leave behind. I will allow the state to make that decision. And that does include your children. If you have not designated written guardianship, for those that may be on the call that have young children, if you have not done it, the state will do it for you. Okay. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Now, heirs are different from successors. We may be familiar with the term successors. And how do they differ? Whereas the heir is determined through your state laws, your successors are determined by you. You get to choose who succeeds you. Okay. Now, this is a very powerful teaching moment in legacy education. So I don't want you to zone out here. Just lean in for me. Heirs are assigned by you. Successors are selected by you. Okay, I'm going to repeat that again. Heirs are assigned by you, and that's because of your actions, who we choose to procreate with, okay, like it or not. We define who our heirs are, but we also get to dictate who our successors are. And we may want the people that succeed us to be someone other than our heirs. The only way that that can happen is if we act before we pass away. Heirs property exists because people rely on heirs instead of naming successors. They rely on heirs instead of naming successors. Okay, I hope you're still with me. Now, I know we are not necessarily interacting with each other, but I'm an educator, so I have to have some interaction. So y'all come on and talk to me in that chat. If you're following along, give me a thumbs up. Give me some sign that you understand what we're talking about this morning when we are having this discussion on heirs property. Okay, thank you, thank you. So, why is heirs property such a big deal? Why does it matter in our community, especially? Well, the reality is heirs property is one of the quietest ways Black families lose family land. And in essence, it's robbing us of our wealth. Okay, we're not able to build this thing called generational wealth when we don't have access to assets to pass on from generation to generation. And it's really not necessarily about irresponsibility per se. You go back and you look historically at what has happened in our community. Our access to information. As I said, my grandparents never sat through an heirs property seminar on a Saturday morning. So thank you to our hosts for thinking forward and thinking enough of our community to put this together to educate us. What it has really boiled down to is generations of people doing the best that they can with the limited knowledge that they have. And we have created this cycle that has continued over and over and over again. So this morning, we're here to break some barriers, break the cycles. We're here to change some things through education. Okay, so let's talk about some of the common challenges that are created by heirs property. Now, you can love your family members very deeply. Most of us do, but you can still find yourself legally stuck when it comes to heirs property. And the reason why is because heirs property often freezes families in place, both financially and emotionally, because no one has clear authority to move forward. I'll just give you an example, just a quick example. Last year, I had someone to reach out to me with a situation. And unfortunately, once heirs property is created, Dr. Williams can't help you. All I can do is refer you at that point. I can't do a whole lot to help with that. So I am a very big advocate of prevention as opposed to trying to fix things on the back end. There's a situation where a lady was getting up in age and realized that her time on earth was not that long. She had a home and some land, and she really wanted her granddaughter to inherit the land. They talked about it. She made it known to her family members that she wanted the granddaughter to inherit this land. Unfortunately, nothing was ever put in writing. It was only said verbally. So the grandmother ended up passing away. And of course, as soon as she passed, it created a situation among the family members because now the granddaughter, her position had changed in essence. But there's a whole lot more moving pieces to that story, and I don't have time to go into it. But the reality is, it became heirs property at the moment that the grandmother passed away because there was nothing placed in writing. So oftentimes, this can lead to disagreements among family members. It can lead to what's called forced partition sales. And basically, that means hey, I'm entitled to my share of the land. You're entitled to your share of the land. Somebody has made me an offer on my share, and I want to sell my share, but I don't really know what my share is because there is no clear distinction. There's no, I get this space over here and you get that space over there when it comes to heirs property. We are joint heirs. We all have an interest, but it's undivided. So we have an interest in all of the land. And typically when that happens, especially let's say we see now, I'm here in Rankin County, there's a ton of development going on. Well, developers come in, they may make an offer. One person may say, hey, I'm not interested. Another family member may be in financial distress and it sounds good to them. So that could lead to a forced partition sale, which brings you in front of a judge. And in essence, someone else is making the decisions about what happens to your family land and your property. Now, another thing you want to keep in mind about heirs property is it is not clear. The title is not clear, so you can't use it as leverage. And that's a term, if you are not familiar with that term, write that one down and learn what that means. That is how we literally build generational wealth. When I can go to a banking institution or a lending institution or even a personal private lender and say, hey, I have this land, I would like to leverage it, get some money from you, borrow money so that I could go buy another asset. Write that word down, asset. Not so I can go buy a car, or not so that I could go to the casino, or not so that I could buy some clothes and some shoes. No, so that I could buy some assets that will generate income, residual income. Okay. That's how we build generational wealth. So I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to keep moving because y'all asked me to talk about heirs property and not about building wealth, but I like this stuff. So it gets good to me. Okay. So let's look at the family and foundational impact, a functional impact, emotional impact that heirs property can create. Well, first and foremost, it can cause resentment among family members. Yeah, it's not only about the land, it's about the relationships, the relationships. Now, I'm reminded, and I remind families all the time that if the plan is unclear, people start filling in the blanks with emotions instead of law. And that's why it is so important for us to make our wishes known while we have breath in our bodies. If you are on this webinar this morning and you have not done your estate planning, I'm talking to you. I'm here for you. I'm not preaching at you, but I'm just telling you what your reality is and what your family's reality is if you choose to remain in a position of inaction, indecision. It creates conflict when you're gone. It creates discord when you are gone. And it can ultimately lead to the loss of your family land and your family's ability to create generational wealth. That's what it does. Now, let's look at the legal risks that families often overlook. Now, this is one that's interesting, and I'm going to use a old phrase that some of you may be familiar with, and I used to hear it like this. One mother can raise 10 children, right, by herself with no problems. But then when those 10 children have to take care of that one mother, it's a problem. Usually the load falls on one or two individuals. It's always amazing. The same thing applies when it comes to heirs property and property taxes, okay? You can have one heir. I go back to my grandfather, born in 1912, third grade education, but he knew how to get the land and he paid the property taxes on the land with limited education and limited resources. Unfortunately, and I will say it because I have to be transparent with the message, okay? Unfortunately, many of my fellow heirs are very educated. We have doctors in the family, we have lawyers in the family, we have PhDs, we have, MD, we have all kind of degrees. But it tends to be a problem when it comes to making sure that property taxes are paid. Make that make sense. I have tried and I cannot. So that's why I'm letting you know that it is a problem. That land that your ancestors worked for, that land that you work for, could be lost to property taxes if you don't leave your business in order. Okay. It limits any type of improvements that can be made. You guys remember just a few weeks ago, we had a very severe winter storm that came through. We got I saw yesterday that the POTUS has approved $39.1 million of emergency aid here to Mississippi. Well, the reality is those individuals that are able to apply for disaster aid have to be individuals that can prove that they are the legal owners of the property. Heirs property does not qualify, unfortunately. So there are complications even with trying to secure insurance for the property. So these are some very, very important things to think about. Really, really need to think about these things. All right, legal recourse and repair options. Now, yes, you can clear up a title, but guess what? It's going to cost you to do it because at that point, you do need to secure the services of someone in the legal field. Dr. Williams cannot help you with that. Again, I'm here to show you, teach you, and encourage you to act with the prevention in mind. Let's not create these situations if we don't have to. Some things happen for our learning. Now, I can't do anything about the fact that my grandparents didn't know. But what I can do is learn from their example that they set in this regard. So, yes, you can clear up the title, and I would encourage you to do that. Many of us have heirs property in our family. It's going to cost some money. And here's the reality that you may not want to hear, but I'm going to tell it to you. Again, just like everybody is not going to be on board and sign up to help pay for those property taxes, everybody is not going to be on board and sign up to help pay the legal expenses to get this stuff cleaned up. That does not mean that somebody should not do it. That doesn't mean that somebody should not do it. It's too important to do that. Sit down with your family if necessary and try to come up with an arrangement. You know, if you have the resources, offer a buyout to your family members just so you can clean it up. And especially if you're the type of person that really wants to keep that family land in the family, consider doing that. Consider doing that. And once you get it in your personal names, please, by all means, move it into a family trust and don't leave it in your family name. Okay? Please consider doing that. Now, I think my time may be about up. I don't know if we have opportunity, co-hosts, please let me know for questions and answers. But I do want to offer you a couple of resources, and I call this my call to action for those of you that are here. Again, if you are on here, I'm not beating you up, I'm not bashing you, but I am really trying to appeal to you because the reality is when you don't know any better, you have an excuse when you don't know. You have not been exposed to information. Once you are exposed to information, you have no excuse. You have a responsibility. So I do have resources that are available to help you learn a little bit more about the importance of estate planning, things that you can do to get your affairs in order if you have not already done so. As I said, I am an author, not only an educator, but I'm an author who uses my voice to educate. I am the author of Learning to Trust, the series actually. We have the book, Learning to Trust, the Black Family's Guide for Building, Protecting, and Transferring Wealth. The book is available on Amazon, but it's in digital format on Amazon. If you might be interested in getting the physical copy, my website is listed here on the slide. And my newest project that I'm really excited about is Learning to Trust Biblical Wisdom for building, protecting, and transferring wealth. Because the reality, you guys, is we have been mishandling our responsibility. We have been really acting as if this is optional, but it's really not. It's really a biblical responsibility to act accordingly. And you know, we're here in the Bible Belt in Mississippi, and we say we speak where the Bible speaks and we're silent where the Bible is silent. Well, guess what? The Bible has a whole lot to say about estate planning, and it does not use the word estate planning. So we're certainly encouraging you to support our work. Use these resources to educate yourself first, educate your family, and then educate your community. The study guide is written like a Sunday school book. This would be an excellent resource for us to start talking about in our churches, our places of worship. We talk about money anyway. We talk about tithes and offering. We can talk about what we can do to build, protect, and transfer our wealth. So those are things that are available to help you. Now, I would love for you to, if you have questions, you want to stay connected with me, all of my contact information is here on the screen. I am on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. So please, I am so noted across multiple platforms, and that's IAMSEWNOTED. Instagram, you have to add the underline at the end. But we certainly want to encourage you to follow this journey. For those of you, I don't know exactly how many people we have on the call, but I will share this with you. I became a first-time grandma a couple of weeks ago. I have two beautiful twin daughters, and for me, legacy has taken on a whole new meaning. And so I am really, really committed to not only ensuring that I leave behind the legacy that will ensure that my babies' futures are secure. I am equally committed to helping you do the same should you need my assistance. So I don't know, co-host, do we open the floor for questions, or how do we do this?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Williams, you're doing great. We got some time, some extra time. Um, I do want to ask a question as well, Miss Williams. The scenario that you gave, even though some people are they're heir situations,
Mhm.
and like you said, there may be 10 children, they're all educated. Have you ever seen them be innovative enough to go ahead and subdivide the heir property the proper way?
That's the best possible outcome. That's the best possible outcome, because the reality is, and I want you guys to think about something. When you go into a court of law for whatever purpose you're going for, why are we under the misconception that the person sitting behind the bench really has our best interests at heart? They don't know us. They don't know our story. They don't know the history of our family. They don't know the struggle of our family. They have no clue. I have no clue what my grandfather, who was born in 1912 with a third grade education, trying to rear 8 children, I have no clue what that struggle was like. I can only imagine. So for us to continue sitting back and allowing other people who know nothing about us, they're there because they're getting paid to be there. Trust me, if they weren't getting paid, they're not volunteering. They're not there because they just want to be. All right. So we've got to start using our resources, our mental resources, and we've got to start working together. And in some instances, the reality is there are some people that have no interest in what grandma or grandpa left behind. I have family members in my family that are like that. They have never lived in Mississippi. They have no desire to ever live in Mississippi. So they could probably, they would probably care less what happens to the family land. And if that's your reality, that's your reality. But the situation that you described is the most ideal situation for what should happen to heirs property. Yes, ma'am.
So in that instance, when you have heir property and like they have no interest, then it become a dangerous situation as well because they could sell their interest.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. As a matter of fact, I want you guys to write this one down. There's a documentary, and I can't remember if it's on Netflix or
Silver
one of
Dollar
the
Road.
other. Silver Dollar Road.
Right.
Please, if you have not watched Silver Dollar Road, it is, I mean, just it tugs at the heart, but it is the reality of what happens in a lot of families when you have people that don't have, the family's interests at heart. They have their own interests at heart. And I mean, it can lead to very, very tragic outcomes for land that has been in the family for many, many generations.
Mhm.
Other
I have a
questions?
question.
Now, and this is one thing I do want to say. I do see a raised hand, but let me just say this. I know this is the heirs property presentation. I have several others that I do. There are so many options for how we can transfer our assets and our estates. So many options. So much so that we should not allow ourselves, we should not find ourselves, we should not continue to find ourselves in this heirs property situation. You have options for things that you can do. So I'm gonna let's see, is it Antone?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm glad you said that because the language that, from the previous question talking about like how you can separate the value in tech that we call it fractionalization,
Fractional shit.
right? And tokenization. And
Mm-hmm.
so how that is a method to separate ownership out and land trust, so on.
Mm-hmm.
Air rights, soil rights, mineral rights. We have a lot of rights that we don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question was around fractionalization. That's what you're talking about in regards to that split ownership methodology.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Correct. That's in essence exactly what it is. And the reality is the more generations that pass, the worse it really gets. And I'll use my own family as an example. So I want you to imagine this. So first there were my grandparents. So they owned it. My grandfather passed first, so they had joint rights of survivorship, which means his share went to my grandmother.
Mhm.
Once she passed, her share was then divided into 8 sections. Well, those 8 sections are now divided. Let's see, one section, the youngest daughter passed away at 36 years old, so her share went to her 2 children. Okay. One of the 2 children is now deceased. So his share of his mother's share went to his child. Okay. And I think, as far as I know, I don't know, could be others out there. I think he just has that one child, but she has about 3 or 4 kids, right? And here's where the scary part comes in, to your point. Because you have to do public notices, you have to run this in the paper and people reading, and anybody, that has access to information can look this up. All kind of folks can, show up and, hey, that was my daddy. That was he was my daddy. We always knew he was my daddy. Well, I didn't know he was your daddy. We got all kind of stuff that can happen when you start dividing things up. So that's why it is so important. And I would say
I do
this.
have another question too about so what I found dealing with my own ancestry and family, like you're saying, is that we start going back further, we're gonna find out that we're just not landowners, but we're territory owners, right? And so that's that cross pollination of that we're like my family's from Tunica, where I have 300 family members from Tunica who all have their Cherokee and Cree cards. And so we don't know that part to say in our ancestry, what does that play in trust? Because really our land is territory land because we're all probably with some kind of indigenous ancestry. And I have like 7 family members on the Dawes Rolls. I work with farmers all the time and I find their family members on the Dawes Roll. So when I'm looking at their asset planning, I'm like, okay. Because when we go back far enough, we find out that your family has owned this land since the 1800s and 1700s.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. So what typically has been your experience when you're finding what they're doing or if they're doing anything as far as asset planning?
That part of their ancestry, they just kind of let it go, which is another protection thing that they lose
Mm,
as a conservation, as a steward of the land. That breaks my heart, kind of. And
mm,
also, it doesn't build a relationship
mm-hmm,
with the local tribes that we're technically a part of that we don't even know. So it's kind of like this
mm-hmm,
partnership of building how farmers have a really close relationship. And we also, the Black people are the abandoned Cherokee, the abandoned Cree. We were the ones, we know, the disassociation. Now they want us to all come back. But it just gets really uncomfortable. And because it's like, how far do we want you to be safe? And the best way to make you safe is to turn you to a territory. So
So so here's the thing, and I want to say this. One of the things, as I mentioned, that I did do, and I'm just releasing my Learning to Trust Biblical Wisdom for Building, Protecting, and Transferring Wealth. The book starts with the story about a character by the name of Naboth. If you're not familiar with him, go check it out. It's in the Word, okay? And how far Naboth went to protect the land. I mean, what that land meant to him, and keeping it in his family lineage. It wasn't just something, even with the king being the one that says, I want to buy your land. No, it ain't for sale. It's not going down like that.
right.
So much so that, I mean, ultimately he ended up losing his life. But I share that to say that we have examples of how we should steward what is entrusted to our care.
Mhm.
And what I like to encourage all of us to do is to really, really stop thinking about this whole conversation of estate planning, but think about it in terms of what you just said, asset protection, but better yet, think about it in terms of stewardship.
Right.
Things have been entrusted to our care, and we have a responsibility to
Right.
protect them. And part of that protection, sir, I think again, and I have to go back to Miss Marion, being educated on what our rights are and what protections we really do have and what situations are created as long as we continue to fail to act.
Copy.
Thank you
And I
so
do.
much, Ms.
And
Williams. Thank you.
oh, sorry. I was gonna say,
So, Ms. Williams,
I think.
you have really educated us this morning, and the ones who were miseducated now understand heir property versus being a successor.
Thank
So,
you.
it's
Thank
very
you.
important that you have put that out there for us this morning. And so well noted and so well learned for all of us this morning. Um, our next speaker is going to be Miss Gray with Alcorn State University.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is definitely an honor to be here with you this afternoon. My name is Miss Kamika Cole-Gray. I currently serve as a USDA program liaison at Alcorn State University. And with that, I'm going to share my presentation. Just a moment. It's good to see so many familiar faces. Hi, Dr. Miles.
Good morning. How you doing, Ms. Gray?
Great, thank you. Let's see here. Okay, I believe my presentation is up. I'm going to go into presentation mode. Okay. As a USDA National Program Liaison, sorry, let me go back. I'm over the USDA 1890 National Scholars Program. So with this presentation, I'm going to go over some details with the current National Scholars Program application, what the program status is at Alcorn State University, and then I'll go into a presentation into understanding USDA resources. Just a little bit about me because I'm fairly new to the area. I've been a program liaison for a year now. So I just wanted to formally introduce myself to the community members here. I was born and raised in Columbus, Ohio, but my roots have always been here in Mississippi. And as that wonderful presentation by Dr. Williams, Ayers property was the number one reason why my family and I decided to relocate back to Mississippi. Once my grandparents passed away, that became a huge issue for our family. So we are actually we're still dealing with that to this day. After my grandparents passed, we have several family members across the country, but it was important to us to come back south here in Mississippi and to be good stewards and claim our land. So we're back. So I'm now living in Brandon, Mississippi. Although I come from a long legacy of Alcornites, I actually attended Tennessee State University, but I have a daughter who is 24 years old who graduated from Alcorn State. And I have two sons, Keenan and Cole, that are here with me in Brandon. I've been employed with USDA for 16 years, and most liaisons, they have a background with USDA and RCS. Well, I came from the smallest agency of USDA, RMA. I've worked with National Ag Statistics Service, and prior to becoming a program liaison, I worked as a risk management specialist, where I managed crop insurance in Louisiana for RMA. My mother's family is from Leake County, Mississippi, in the town of Carthage. And my father's family is from Winston County, Mississippi, and Noxapater, Mississippi. And we have land in both counties that we currently manage. So we are landowners. My family, of course, we have a legacy of agriculturalists. And when I was thinking of the theme of this conference of lineage, legacy, and land, building for the future, but understanding the past and where we come from is so important. It's one reason why I took on this role as becoming a program liaison at Alcorn State University. It's important that we continue the legacy of agriculturalists, that we engage our youth, our young adults into agricultural programs and education. So I do come from a legacy of agriculturalists. My father started his career in USDA in 1968. That's how we ended up moving to Ohio. And now that he's retired, we've gotten the family back down here to Mississippi. As the program liaison, these are some of my main duties. I prepare students in the College of Ag and Applied Sciences for success through scholarships, internships, and careers. Not just USDA, I do seek out other opportunities in private ag industry as well for our students. I promote USDA programs to our Mississippi farm communities, and I strengthen the pipeline of students that transition into the federal workforce. We work on professional development with the students through different conferences and professional development workshops. And I partner with Alcorn alumni that work in USDA across the country to give our students opportunities and mentorship. I seek USDA funding for our research and extension departments, and I look into capacity building funding opportunities at the university. And pretty much I just basically build upon the success of our students and the university as a whole. So now it's scholarship season, and I've been traveling across the state, visiting different high schools, but I wanted to share this important information that the USDA 1890 National Scholarship Opportunity is accepting applications right now. The deadline is March 8th. And so far, it's doing pretty good. We have over 200 applications in the portal, but guess what? I only have 11 for Alcorn State University. So please share this information out. Of course, students can choose from any of the 19 land-grant universities that are on the list here, but always Alcorn. always all corn. We really want to recruit high school students, those who want to transfer from junior college, to come and apply to Alcorn State University. They can apply for this scholarship opportunity. For high school students, the requirement is a 3.0 GPA or higher, a 21 on the ACT, or a 1080 on the SAT. Those are the requirements. It does have 2 essays that have to be answered. Again, deadline is March 8th. For those who are already in junior college, the only requirement is to have above a 3.0 GPA. So the ACT and SAT scores are required for high school applicants, but for junior college or current college students, and even those that are currently enrolled at Alcorn State, they can apply. The only requirement would be the 3.0 GPA or higher. Now, with this scholarship, there's a list of eligible majors that applicants must be enrolled for. And most of those are agricultural, ag business management, ag economics, ag engineering, animal science, botany, and the list goes on. Food, nutrition, natural resource sciences, related disciplines, all of those related disciplines are eligible majors. And forestry, which is something we've recently added to the College of Ag and Applied Sciences at Alcorn State. Now, what this scholarship awards. The 1890 National Scholarship does provide full tuition for up to 4 years. That's correct, full tuition for 4 years. Potential employment, employee benefits. We cover the fees, books, room and board. And we also have to stay on top of our scholars to make sure that they're able to renew their award, meaning that they maintain the requirement of a 3.0 or higher on their GPA, that they have successful summer work internships, that they have high performance in their academics as they're pursuing their bachelor's degree. The selection process. So all applications are received and vetted by me, the USDA liaison for eligibility, and we currently have 6 other liaisons, and we each liaison has 2 universities that they're assigned to. So I'm assigned to Alcorn State and I'm assigned to Southern University. So I review Southern University's applications and Alcorn's. And then each university scholarship committee reviews, and then we evaluate the eligible applications. And then it's forwarded to USDA for selection. And then USDA has 29 agencies. There's 29 agencies. So those agencies review applications that we have vetted, and they make the final decisions and selections. Final selections by USDA agencies are anticipated by, and that year needs to be corrected, July of 2026. Now, Alcorn State University, the College of Ag and Applied Sciences, or is what we call CAS. We're under the direction of Dr. Dean Dexter Wakefield, Dean and Director of their land grant programs. And what we offer in the College of Ag and Applied Sciences is ag business management, ag economics. We have the animal poultry science 3-in-1 MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Mississippi State University. Agricultural science that concentrate in animal science, pre-vet, general ag, we have plant soil science, and the list goes on. So now, these photos here are our current, or few of our current USDA 1890 National Scholars at Alcorn State University. We have 19, which is a pretty tremendous amount. Now we can only select up to 3 scholars per institution under this administration, came out from the Secretary of Ag. So I like to get as many as that I can so we keep a pipeline of students in the program and that we keep this program alive. Here are some photos of my students who went out this summer on their internships. A lot of them worked with NRCS, where they learned a lot about conservation programs. They went out to various states. And so they're also learning real life experience by venturing out of Mississippi. A lot of them had to get away from home, get away from their normal settings and families. So they're learning a lot about hands-on work and real life experience. So here is our recent graduate in the middle. Her name is Janae Johnson, works with Farm Service Agencies. So I really take pleasure and joy in working with our students and preparing them for success in the federal workforce. It's important that we have a pipeline of students that go into entry-level careers with USDA so that we have that representation, that support, that access to USDA programs, those that look like us, that we're more diversified in the workplace that can help our producers to sustain their farm operations. One other thing that I'm heavily involved with, I do take students to conferences. We go twice a year to professional development conferences, which is hosted by the 1890 Universities Foundation. So this is a career development conference that's hosted in Atlanta twice a year. We have students that go out, we prepare them for professionalism and etiquette in the workplace, building confidence, public speaking skills, resume building, and so forth. So we do a lot of hands-on training with our students, even through attending conferences like this, to build upon their success. Okay. So now, understanding USDA resources. Many of you have already been past the entry beginning farmer level of your production with retaining your farm serial number from USDA, but I just wanted to reinstate a few tools that can be used as you're developing your business plan, as you're thinking forward to, hey, what programs may I look into or be eligible for? Here's just a brief presentation on how you can understand better the USDA resources that are available to you. I always recommend that farmers begin getting started at farmers.gov. A lot of times you'll go into the USDA office and you don't even know where to start or what to ask for, what's available to you, what's the best fit for your operation. So if you have some time, I do encourage you, if you have not already, visit the farmers.gov website. There's a wealth of information on this site. It's a one-stop shop for information about assistance from FSA to NRCS. It's easy to use. You can look up your records that are in the system with USDA. So farmers.gov is the best way to start if you're at home and you just want to do some research on your own on what's available to you. Set up your farmers.gov account. It's self-service business tools. You can view your farm records and any documents that you sign. It's all uploaded into this portal. On farmers.gov, you have the ability to locate a USDA service center. If you're helping someone out in a different county and they don't know where to go, you can quickly access farmers.gov, find your local service center by county, and it'll take you exactly to the office address, the manager there, and the phone number and information. This will help you to be able to help you or someone else set up an appointment with USDA. But before you visit, be prepared. Think about your vision. If you have a plan, we have, like Ms. Velma Oliver presented this morning. If you need help with your plan, if you have a plan and you want someone to just proof it, just make sure that you have your conservation goals, any challenges that need to be mentioned, have a clear plan, and then make your appointment by calling the FSA or NRCS office and check the service center status. So these are our main three sister agencies, as most of you are aware of: the FSA Farm Service Agency, NRCS, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and Risk Management Agency. We always tell producers FSA is your starting point. That's the first stop. You want to make sure you have your farm number. That farm number unlocks your access to all the other USDA programs. So that is the first stop. So I know many of you have that already, which is excellent. And then once you establish that farm number, NRCS, they help schedule visits to come out and check your land and see what resources that you need. They help with conservation. They are our boots on the ground. They have many programs that can assist you to sustain your farm operation. Now, risk management agency, their work is pretty different. That's where I came from. Risk management agency does the crop insurance, and historically it's been known to help mostly large row croppers, but we do have a micro farm insurance plan now for small to mid-scale farms. Now, the crop insurance, a lot of folks don't take much interest into it, but it is worth it. The premium is subsidized by the federal government, so it's not as expensive as one may think. I can't tell you offhand how much the cost will be because it varies upon your operation, your acreage, how you're farming, what your commodities. So there's a lot of different things that go into how much you would pay for crop insurance and the premium. I will say this, having crop insurance, though, you're really paying for the convenience of recovering faster than a lot of other USDA programs. A lot of producers, they get into the different programs like hurricane insurance protection, and any high winds that come through, insurance agent comes out and cuts them a check just for being in the program. So it does expedite the recovery for your operation when you're dealing with any perils on your farm. So again, Farm Service Agency, FSA, if you're new to working with USDA, this is where you get your farm number set up. And FSA does provide disaster assistance, safety nets, farm loans, conservation programs, and they also help with filing the acreage report each season. I know normally it's around July, but I would double check with your offices, your local office, on the deadlines for acreage reporting. And a lot of people ask me, well, how do I get a farm number and how many acres do I need to have in order to have a farm number? It's not based on acreage at all anymore. If you're a rooftop farmer, if you're a gardener, you can have a farm number. It's not based on just a certain amount of acreage. You can go on and apply for a farm number as a specialty farmer, or if you have a specialty type of operation. So that's important to know. Don't let anything deter you from getting a farm number. So different FSA loan programs. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but here's a few examples. And you can also find these on farmers.gov. Operating loans to buy equipment, ownership loans, micro loans, and youth loans. In fact, with youth loans, they have increased the age to 21, but the caveat to youth loans is that you have to be involved in a youth organization such as FFA or 4-H. So there is a $5,000 limit. I believe they increased that to 10. Don't get me wrong, but I would check with your local USDA office regarding youth loans. If you have any youth that are interested in agriculture, this is a good way to get started. Other loans, guaranteed loans and down payment loans and so forth. Now on farmers.gov, there is a tool that you can use where you can find a loan and you can play with some numbers. So before going into the office, you can see which loan is best suited for your operation. So again, farmers.gov is just a lot of different tools and resources that you can get some clarity on all of these different programs USDA offers and find the best fit for your operation. FSA also has a number of conservation programs, which signups are normally between May and early June. Again, double check with the office on those dates because they are subject to change. But familiarize yourself with these programs as well on farmers.gov. There are disaster recovery programs. For counties where there may not be a crop insurance program, there is NAP, the Non-Insured Disaster Assistance Program that producers sign up under. If a certain storm comes through or weather peril that hits a certain catastrophic level, you can apply for these programs and recover from disaster as well. So again, there's other disaster relief programs, emergency farm loans, if you're a livestock producer, livestock indemnity, and so forth. So yeah, there's a lot that USDA has to offer. So when producers come to me and ask, "Hey, what's this? I signed up for this. Was this right or this right?" It's really based upon your operation. What is your best fit? And take a look at what we offer, and then you go into your USDA office and say, "Hey, what about this?" Because the truth of the matter is, sometimes you'll go into the office and you don't get fully serviced, and that is unfortunate. A lot of producers may not know about certain programs that are out there. Well, this can better prepare you when you visit the USDA office. And once you look at these programs, you also know what to put into your plan that can align with what USDA offers as well. There's some other programs for price support, income support. Now, the NRCS, which many of you are very familiar with, they do provide financial and technical assistance, easement programs for conservation. I know that a lot of you are familiar with what NRCS offers between EQIP, CSP. We just had the deadline for the regenerative ag pilot program that expired last month. So a lot of producers signed up for that, which is very good. So again, when getting assistance, make your plan, start an application, check your eligibility. Your application is ranked, and implement your plan. Here's just an overview of NRCS programs. There are a plethora of programs, most familiar with EQIP. And so with that, NRCS does provide technical assistance to producers as well, which I'm sure a lot of you have taken advantage of. But again, just take a look on farmers.gov and you can go through a list of what NRCS has to offer. The High Tunnel Initiative through the EQIP program. This here is one of our most popular, of course, or what we call a hoop house. If you're interested in extending the growing season of your production, High Tunnel is the way to go. So NRCS does offer this program, this initiative. So some key takeaways. Of course, visit farmers.gov, examine the USDA programs and resources. We want to make sure that you are fully aware of what we have to offer when you're visiting your local USDA office. So find your local USDA service center, make an appointment, bring official tax ID, such as Social Security number or EIN, employer identification number, property deed, lease agreement to show you have control or some ownership of the property, and then obtain the farm number. Of course, it's required to participate in the programs, and make sure you keep good record keeping. Can't stress this enough. A lot of times we may omit certain things in effort to keep the government out of our business, but I'm here to tell you, but does not benefit you in the end. And there's always a way of things coming to light. So keep up good records and record keeping. Auckland State Extension is always here to help you. Ms. Velma Oliver, of course. If you need help with record keeping, we have record keeping books that you can have to help with that also. But I cannot stress enough the importance of record keeping and having the right forms for your operation. As I conclude here, and then I'll go into any questions that you may have, I just wanted to share a video with you of a producer actually here in Mississippi. A lot of you may know this producer very well. Has a specialty crop operation, Footprint Farms in Jackson, Mississippi. It's the urban farm. And in this video, you're going to find how crop insurance has helped this producer to recover in revenue from any loss on the farm. So I'm going to share this brief video with you all, and I hope you enjoy. So just a moment here while I share my audio. Just a moment. Okay, can everyone see the screen okay? I believe I have it up.
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Here's a brief video of how micro farm insurance and whole farm insurance has helped this producer to be protected from any revenue loss. So. There we go.
We sit on 68 acres here in the city where we farm full-time, mostly vegetables, some fruit, but we also have cattle as well. And we also grow inside tunnels, which means we can plant earlier and harvest later.
Dr. Cindy,
Good morning.
how are you this morning?
I'm great. Thank you for being at Footprint Farm.
How does RMA fit into protecting yourself in a very risky business?
Well, you know, farming is a risky business, but not when you're using the right tools and having the tools at your availability. RMA for us is a lifesaver, knowing that if anything happens, we have insurance.
Everywhere we go, we tell folks risk management is so important. If something were to happen to this farm from a natural disaster and it ruins every crop in here, how will we start the next day?
We've gotten into the specialty crop business. We've developed a whole farm policy to help diversified operations like Dr. Cindy.
So by being able to ensure the revenue by what we're doing with agritourism, canning and putting it back out in value added is a big part of my revenue.
Whole farm revenue protection is based on a farmer's Schedule F. If he has 3 to 4 years of Schedule F, he can develop a bottom line where he's covering the revenue on his farm.
Basically, this is an IRS form that's solely for agriculture. Because unlike other industries, agriculture will have its own set of deductions. Without the Schedule F being documented every year, that pretty much cancels you out from qualifying for a lot of USDA programs. So it's so important that farmers and ranchers fill out that form as correct as possible.
One of the reasons I'm farming is to definitely make an impact and a difference in my community. To be able to bring healthy, fresh, affordable, real foods to our community and to our states. We're training, we're teaching, we're sharing educational knowledge, what works to make you healthier. And if you want to get into the business, what can make you money?
We're growing some aeroponic lettuce today. It uses very little water compared to outdoor production. In a homeowner or a small micro farm situation, we can grow 25 heads of lettuce in about 45 days.
And a part of having the proper tools is also having the proper insurance you need in order to mitigate your risk for business.
I tell anyone who may not have the access that we may have been fortunate to have, you can still have that access. Go to RMA's website, you go to the agent locator, and you will find your crop agent.
The USDA Risk Management Agency, along with its other sister agencies like FPAG, NRCS, we work together to make sure that the farm program is working for all farmers like yourself and all farmers across the United States.
You, RMA, USDA, you help us to be better. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that was Dr. Cindy Ayers Elliott at Footprint Farm. She is a current participant in a lot of USDA programs, but in this video in particular, risk management agencies, whole farm insurance. So did anyone have any questions? I thank you all for your time and attention today. Any questions about the 1890 program for national scholars or with FSA programs or NRCS programs, anything? I'm going to put my information here in the chat.
Ms. Gray, you did a great job on your presentation. Just want to be a testament to the USDA National Scholars Program, where our son Kobe was a 4-year recipient of that program, and he was able to do internships, and all of his fees were paid, and he got interns, and he got payment. Long story short, he left the university with $0 debt. But the main thing, he got exposure to the USDA programs, the internships, networking, being part of Manners. So if you have a young person that's out there looking to join the USDA National Scholars Program, please get in touch with Ms. Kamika Cole-Gray. And you did a phenomenal job on your presentation. Great work.
Thank you. Absolutely. I appreciate you, Dr. Miles. Yes.
Thank you.
And I've also placed the link in the chat if you're interested in the 1890 National Scholarship Program. By the grace of God, we're still going. It was last year. It was pretty rough, but we're still here, and we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep this thing going. We're gonna keep it alive. So,
Miss Gray,
please share that. Yes.
I do have a question. So I just got to phone one of my clients. I'm so happy for some of the things you shared with us today. One of them is a petting zoo that's in Hernando, Mississippi, that a Black mother bought for her son. A petting zoo because he loved animals, and it's called Happy Time Farms. But her son had to come back home to help her take care of the farm in the petting zoo. They have over 80 animals. They have a kangaroo and a camel. But the other part of it is that he's a ranching prodigy. So he got a full scholarship to Grand Prairie for ranching and herding. And I'm finna send him to Alcorn tomorrow. So
Thank you. Send him on. We love to have him.
That's great.
Love
That's
to
oh
have.
my God.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you
Always
so much.
welcome. That's
I'm
wonderful.
gonna have to let
Please
Zach
do.
know you looking out for him.
That's
Oh,
right.
Mr.
Give me
Antonio, I'm
his
gonna have to
name.
let Zach know you looking out for him. That's my little cousin.
oh, praise the Lord. I just got off the phone with Tashi, his mama. I
Oh,
just
that's
That's
told her, I
nice.
said,
awesome.
we finna send this boy who he had a partial scholarship for ranching. And when you hear him
Okay.
talk, he talked like an 80-year-old cowboy. he
We'd
loved
love to have
farming
him.
so much as a kid that his mother got the opportunity
He
when he
was
turned 18. He volunteered for the petting zoo, and the petting zoo, the lady who owned it gave it to her to buy it. It's one of the oldest petting zoos in the region. Been around
he will
30
fit
years,
right in. He will fit
right?
right in.
He
You know,
country.
I'm surprised at how many students have actually been doing farming all their life already, and they're teaching us things. So I know that Dr. Miles and Ms. Oliver can attest to that. He would fit right in. You know, we got some incredible students that their whole life has already been in farm operations and livestock. And so that's awesome.
Thank
Please, and there's my information. You can send his
you.
name
Sure,
my
for sure.
way, and I
I
hope that
will
he
most
applies,
definitely.
and I'll look out for his
Oh no, he's
application.
not gonna apply. We applying today. I'm gonna get him in the system. Yeah, and yeah, he's needing this. He has all the
Wonderful.
tools and has all the passion, but he needs to finish that degree. So thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you.
This is great. Thank you so much, Miss Gray. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me. Take care, everyone. Thank you. I'm enjoying this conference, by the way. This has been a lot of great information. I just want to say that to all the presenters, well done. It's been really great. Thank you.
Thank you. And we place you right there by our finale of our next generation with the Holland Farm Bridging Next Generation. So this is great information for all of us, including our young people. Thank you, Ms. Gray. So we can give the Holland Farm a few minutes or two if they need to share their screen.
Hello, ma'am. Mr. Rhonda probably had to share it for me because I do not know how to do that, but I did send it to her.
Thank you.
So can everybody see it?
Your screen is shared. You should be able to see it.
Yes.
Okay. Are you gonna click for me, ma'am?
I will.
Okay, all right. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Fred Holland. Ms. Reblin wanted me to do this presentation, so hopefully I'm gonna do a great job for her. That is my goal today. But Fred Holland is my name. Holland Farm 1899. We can go ahead and change the screen, ma'am. To the next slide. So someone said this verse to me, and I continue to use it now. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. So that's one thing that I have always focused on in my life. Again, our farm was started in 1899. If you see the bottom two pictures that I have there, those are my three children that I have. We started off showing goats at a very young age. They have kind of stopped wanting to show. My youngest daughter is wanting to start back. So I got them involved in agriculture at a very, very young age. They always followed behind me. They did the things that I was doing. I dragged them when they didn't want to go because it was just part of our life and the legacy that I want to leave them. So part of that legacy is understanding the legacy. knowing what the vision was and what their future could be of the vision. So again, you have to tell them kind of what you want them to do, and as they get older, they'll kind of make a decision themselves of what part they fit into the farm. You can change to the next one, ma'am. So my goal for today is to explain how our farm operation works. We are a 6th-generation farm, and that's kind of odd sometimes for when we talk about the generation farm that we have lost these things, but we have continued to farm for 6 generations. We have never stopped at any time from 1899 to now in some form or fashion. Well, there's row crop, but here we have sheep that we kind of entered into maybe about 12, 14 years ago in that range there, and our cows that we have. So one thing is we are a family farm. So USDA definition of a family farm does make a difference. My father, I farm with him. I have a sister that farms with us. My children, I have an aunt, an uncle. All these people work together in our family farm. So we are what you could traditionally call a family farm. So just a little bit of history about our family farm. And I think history is very important to talk about where we got to go and where we came from. Our land was purchased in 1899, so we're 127 years old. And I tell people the story all the time. When they purchased the land in 1899, they bought it where we live here in Hudsonville by riding a train from Hudsonville to Holly Springs, which is about 5 miles. So they rode the train every single day from Hudsonville to Holly Springs to sell eggs. And it's odd. Here we're in 2025. We hadn't started selling yet in 26 yet, but we still sell eggs in Holly Springs. So for 127 years, we have almost sold some kind of product some kind of way in Holly Springs. So this farm was started where there were 8 siblings. Each one of them purchased a 40-acre tract. They were all connected, and they're still connected today. And it started from great-great-grandparents, and they had a vision. And then it went to if you see a list here of who they are, Conklin and Allen started off. Then my great-grandfather, Jesse and Elizabeth. So they were 2 neighboring families that married each other. My grandparents was Fred and Thelma. My parents are Jesse and Yvonne, and so we still live on the farm today. I have a aunt that moved back from Atlanta back here to Holly Springs. I have an uncle that moved back from St. Louis, who's now passed away, but moved back to the farm as well. So I am the 5th generation. That was Twala, my brother Jesse, Candace, and I'm Fred. So Twala have always lived on the farm. My brother Jesse has never lived on the farm once he moved away. My sister Candace moved back to the farm after she got sick and started loving the farm life. I have never left the farm. So my 6th generation that we have farming now, I have a niece, Alex and Samantha, who grew up in front of the farm with my sister Twala. I have 2 nieces and nephews, a niece and nephew, Jesse and Rita, who also lives in Washington, D.C. So they visit the farm periodically, maybe once, twice a year. But my 3 children have grown up their whole entire life on the farm. Other than the past, have been divorced about 9 years. So other than the fact that they moved to South Haven, but they came back every weekend that whole entire time of the farm. So our farm, if you change to the next one, ma'am. Okay, there we go. We're on the right one. So our farm has a fairly big umbrella, and it kind of encompasses a lot. My grandmother, which was a Walton, which grew up in Waterford, she has a share of land in Waterford. And I tell this story for the reason of what is our legacy and do we know our history? So their farm originally started off with about 600 acres. Now we're down to about 200 acres. Now we have my mother's farm, which is the Richard farm, which is up in Benton County. It started off at 162 acres. It's down now to about 100 acres. So another part of my mother's farm that is in our umbrella is the Boga farm. So it started off with her great grandfather about 3,000 acres. Now we're down to 300 acres, and lately we've been down to 162. So that story is a kind of odd story of us not informing our youth about things that they need to do. One of the things with that story there, my great-great-grandfather Ben had 3,000 acres. He had a debt on about 300 acres. When he passed away, they felt like the debt had passed away with him. So they took the whole amount of the land except for 300 acres. So my grandfather was able to, I'm not going to say the word steal, but that's kind of where they used it. He stole two of the mules that they have, walked them about 20 miles to Posse Camp, and he sold them, and he was able to save 300 of the acres. So since my grandfather has passed away, we only now hold about 150 of those 300 acres that he was able to save. So we've lost it because nobody understood what it took to keep the land and the history of the land. We now live on Holland Farm, which is about 740 acres, and my great-grandfather Jesse had a vision. So in his vision of the land, what he did was each one of his children, he had 5 of them, he gave them a portion of land. They worked for him in order to pay the land off. And at his death, each one of them received the land. So he had a vision of how to keep that land in place as well as how to pay for the land. They knew at his death that the land would be his. So we're able now to we're still holding on to that 740. It has been subdivided to each one of the 5 children. And again, some of that is in some heir property that the family not want to go take care of. But we do manage, and I say we as me and my father, we do manage around about 1,200 acres. And I did not realize this until we were working on different reports for different things. I looked at his farm number and the acres that was under his name. And he has about 1,200 acres under his name, but it encompasses all these different land portions from each other family, for this my mother's, my grandmother's, on each side. So we have been able to sustain it and manage it to where we can hold on to hopefully this portion of land. So one thing we do, we are livestock farmers. So we do have beef cattle. Majority of our cattle are Black Angus cattle. We do run 2 registered bulls. We also are considered a cow calf. So one thing about us in the cow calf business is our goal is to have a cow and produce a calf. That's where the majority of people are in livestock now. But we are also maybe about 15 years ago, we went into what they call feeder stockers. So in our feeder stockers is we keep our offspring. We give them their shots, we give them their castrations, we give them everything that they need. So when our animal leaves us, they're directly able to go through a sale barn or through an order buyer directly to the Midwest because they have been conditioned with all the things they need. So we were able to become a feeder stocker is to cut out a middleman there. Instead of going to somebody else to do all those different things, we do those things ourselves. So we can have calves on feed, and that was one of the pictures y'all saw in the beginning, somewhere up to maybe 4 or 5 months. And our goal is to grow them to a certain weight and to get them where they're ready to go to the next level. And that's including shots, all the things needed to go to the market of the Midwest. We also have some horses. That's not something that we're big in. It's just something that we have. Used to ride, don't have time to ride anymore, but they are saddle horses, American Standard Bred. Our chicken business that we got in, we've always ran somewhere in the number of about 15, 20 chickens. But part of this generation thing that we have, I have my youngest daughter, which is Annie, and I'll point her out in a minute. She likes to ask my daddy for things. So there she wanted some chicks. So my dad was like, okay, go get her some chicks. So I went to TSC. We looked at the chicks. The lady said, okay, I'm going to make you a deal. I said, yes, ma'am. She said, you got to take them all if you take the deal. So we end up coming home that day with about 65 chicks. And some ducks as well. So now we're in the range that we have somewhere about 80 chickens that we feed, but eggs are our majority production that we use for them. They are pasture raised, so we do move cage from place to place every day. Last 2 weeks, they've kind of been up in one place just because of the snow and the weather. So our next thing that we have are meat goats. We got into meat goats probably same thing about maybe 20 years ago. It just wasn't a business that we could sustain like we thought it was. We didn't quite have an understanding of worms and things of that nature that could be hazardous to meat goats in those rotations. But we did go to a rotation of dairy goats. So now we do run about 6 dairy goats, looking to add some more because, again, Annie wants to show goats again. But Lamont is usually what we do. In the process of these dairy goats, we start looking at the byproducts of that we could use or the value added some people talk about. So my sister started taking the milk, making goat milk soap. So we went from soaps to lotions to a lot of different products that we sell off of those. And those things are usually in season for us if we have goats and milk that we make these products. Um, Again, about another 15 years ago, a gentleman that helped us out had some sheep. And so he convinced me and my daddy to buy 2 sheep. So we bought 2. So 2 sheep about 15 years ago have turned us into the aspect now. I think we're somewhere in the range of about 40. And I'm kind of working on a deal right now with a gentleman in Jackson to add about another 14 more. So with our sheep that we did, what we've learned is something that we can run on a small acreage. So where we are, again, we have large acreage, but the portion of our where our house is about 14 acres, and it's fenced off for as far as in sheep. So we do rotate the pastures from place to place, and we're able to manage and keep that portion of the grass down, not like we can necessarily with the bigger pastures. So sheep have become a big industry for us. We're looking to grow it in far as in making our own from us to a customer, not from us to a sale barn, then to a customer. So that's our goal, is to maybe get these sheep to where we can directly sell to a direct customer about what they need or order buyer. About 10 years ago, I had a neighbor. I've always wanted some bees. So I had a neighbor who had got a divorce and had to get rid of his bees. So he gave me 2 hives. And I guess that started me off in the bee business. So we run now about 15 hives. This last winter that few days we come through this extreme cold probably have knocked me down to maybe I lost about 5 from what I was looking from yesterday. But we have moved into the business of honeybees. We do honey, we do sugar scrubs, we do candles, we do salves, we do lotion bars. So we've learned to kind of make some byproducts of that other than just the honey, of using all products of them. We are majority a Russian, and I'm talking about some breeds here because these are things you need to think about if you're going into a certain business. So we're majority a Russian breed is what we have. We got some Koyanos, and I started off with Italian bees for somebody just getting new into honeybees. That's probably where you need to start, a little more gentle, calmer. The Russian bees, they're a little more aggressive, but they are the go-getters of the bee business now. The Coleonas, I bought some about a year or so ago, and I bought them for the reason because our temperature is changing. So they kind of get out, go work a little earlier, whether it's cooler in the morning or cooler in the evening, they're still out working. Or my son checked on some the other day when he was just riding a 4-wheeler, they were out working at a high number. Now, what they were looking for, I can't tell you because we still have snow and things on the ground. We do swine. So when I was younger, we raised hogs for the process of actually raising, selling, where you can make money on it. When I was in high school, that process just stopped for my father. He said if we couldn't raise the corn, raise the animal, and make a profit on it, then it wasn't best to do. So again, we went to pick up a ram for our herd, and the young man had a hog for sale. So my thought of it was, hey, let's get this hog. We carry him back to the house. We'll go ahead and do the castrations on him, wait the 6 weeks. And guess what? We'll put him in the freezer. That's enough meat to sustain myself, my parents, my sister, whoever else that wants to eat the meat. So I got the hog home. Hog been feeding him well, waited about a month or so. Then my daughter and my sister, my youngest daughter, my sister, says they're signing a petition against me. So I'm like, what are you talking about? So in this petition, they have petitioned not to have the hog killed and processed in meat. So then my mind, because I'm not even going to argue with either one of them, And I think they had my daddy on board. So my mind process changed. So, hey, what about we take this great genetic hog that we have and we buy some females and we breed them. And so we're looking now to breed our hog. We got them bred and everything for the process of meat, not for the aspect of me going to sell to somebody a live animal, but me to sell to somebody a product that they can take and slaughter. Or I can take the product myself, go through a USDA certified slaughterhouse, label it, and sell it. So that's our mindset that me and my sister kind of came up with. Okay, so now let's raise these animals for just for meat, not for the process of running through a sale barn or a person looking for an animal that comes off a farm. That's something that we kind of in our mind lately come up with. So that's so in about 30-year span, we never had a hog on this farm. Now we have 3 hogs on the farm. We got some ducks on this deal that we had with the lady at TSC because we had to take everything. So we've never known anything about ducks, never had one on the farm, far as in a domesticated duck. But this farm, we now have these ducks, and our goal now is meat and eggs. I learned from a good friend they are a great baking product that you can use. So that's something we're looking at is what can we now do with this animal? We have them. What do? We've learned some research on them. So how do we make this product make some money? We can change to the next one, ma'am. So also we grow crops. We grow corn now. We do about 20 acres of corn a year. And the purpose of the corn is only to feed our livestock. It never makes it to the process of selling down to the grain. We take it whether it's an ear or we do it in the kernels, but it's only to feed the product. So our corn, we take that to do our feeder stocker operation, to feed our sheep, to feed our chickens, our goats, our hogs. So there's nothing now with our corn that does not make it to an animal that we automatically can't see the product. It cuts down on our feed cost. We also do some hay. We grow mixed grass hay. We do a native hay. We have different types of hay that we use for our animals. And everybody gets a different kind of hay. We have some sorghum Sudan hay that we grow. I just put out a bale yesterday for my sheep because they're at the time they're having younger babies. So now we're trying to be sure they have everything they need because they can't get out and graze normally as they should. We used to farm about 150 acres of soybeans. And I tell people that's a generational thing. My daddy have always farmed, taught school and farmed. So I came home one day and my mother's like, hey, your daddy said he's not going to farm anymore. Y'all going to move on to something else. So that's kind of basically the way it went. So we stopped soybean and we leased that land out now to a farmer to farm the thing. Be sure that we don't lose that land far as in growing up in bushes or things like that. There's a product and there's some kind of cash flow coming in. So we don't do soybean farming anymore. And it was something that I hated to stop, but he thought stopping farming soybeans would allow us the process of more time to do something else. We used to farm cotton as well. Same thing. Cotton got to be so expensive to farm that it was something that we just could not afford to do and make a profit on it. We do a lot of timber from the land that we have. Anything that's not in pasture or vegetable crop or any type of product that we can see, we do have timber on it. We have about maybe 150 acres that have been planted in pine. My mother and I because I worked on this last night, Christmas trees. So my mother was at TSC yesterday and they got all of these trees for sale and they were reduced down. So she bought all of these different trees from TSC. So now I guess we're going to go into the Christmas tree business because I see we have now about 30 to 40 trees that eventually will become something that could be profitable to somebody else. We do vegetable crops. We do about 15 acres a year. We have about 3 different tunnels from myself to my father to my uncle to my neighbor that we kind of run together. Different tunnels that we have. We grow tomatoes, cucumbers, greens, white potatoes, sweet potatoes, squash, and we do some herbs as well. The next kind of crop that we go into are our orchards. My daddy moved back out to the farm from Memphis in about 1978, I'm going to say. So he started planting fruit trees because everybody then wanted something they can produce themselves. So now Lately, we've just got back into the orchard being a something that makes us some money. So now we have about 7 plum trees that we have planted. We have grapevines, muscadines, scuppernons, different types, different colors. We have about 8 different type of apple trees that are bearing. We have 8 pear trees. We have about 10 peach trees. But this number here has jumped lately to a number that I never thought it would be. We have about 60 blueberry bushes. So my daddy's first cousin gave us one to plant. And then my daddy started planting blueberry bushes. So every year we've added some on. So this year in itself, we've added about 30 blueberry bushes to our farm. So we found out that there's something there that a lot of people like. So when I bought the last 15 about 2 months ago, I told my daughter that, hey, so what are we going to do? We got so many blueberries. Are we going to make the jams, the jellies? Are we going to look at wine? What are we going to do? What products are we going to develop that comes from this blueberry bush? So those are just some crops that we do farm as well. How I got started in this farm, I kind of told you a little early on, I grew up on this farm. I always wanted to be a farmer. That's what I wanted to be. I've always wanted to be behind my daddy, on the tractors with the animals, all those things. But my daddy told me at a young age that I needed a full-time job. So I do have a full-time job. I am a teacher. I was an ag teacher before they took it out of our local schools here for about 15 years. So that was my full-time job. So farming is my other full-time job that I have. But I did get started with a FSA youth loan as well when I was about 12. My grandfather was going out of business, so I bought the cows that were of decent age to continue to grow me into the farming business. I was already out there with my father, my grandfather, so I was already doing the work. So I became a owner of the actual product itself. So that was about 12. So at about age 17, I found out they had another FSA program that I could use to buy some equipment. So I bought a hay baler. So my grandfather had always been in the business of hay. He used to do square bales and those things. So now I bought a roller. So some of the same customers that my granddaddy had dealt with for 40 years in building their square bales, I then had came back 40 years later and picked those same customers up with my hay bale that I had. So as we were able to sustain the amount of hay we needed ourselves, then that allowed us to grow our herd to a bigger number of cows and now to sheep and goats and things that we have. So about the age of 18, a year later, I had a cousin that had some land for sale. So I went through all the process to be sure that I could go occur debt and things like that. So I purchased the land from them. So that was my first set of purchasing of my 27 acres that I bought myself. So on that land itself, I have a high tunnel. We do hay products for there, and there are honeybees down there as well. I always knew from a young age that I wanted to farm, that I knew this would I always wanted to do something in the agriculture field. So I always wanted to be, I don't know if Lemon's on here, but I always wanted to be Lemon Phelps, that extension agent. That's what I always wanted to be because I wanted to solve problems for others, teach them on what they could do to fix the things that was going on in agriculture. But I never got that job. But I think I never got that job because it wasn't my job, my calling. So he did call me to be a teacher. I do feel that way that God called me to teach science and agriculture, and that's what I continue to do now. So one of the things I talked about was the children. Myself, and here you see my 3 children. The picture at the bottom, that's when they're probably 3 or 4 following me. The picture over here, you see them a little bit bigger, same field, probably about 10 years later. My mother always felt like she wanted to keep them in touch with the farm. They was here, so she always made sure that they had 4-wheelers to ride. Each one of them had to have their own 4-wheelers to ride behind my father, myself, whoever they were going out with, my sister. all these things, and it made them stay involved with the farm. They still come every weekend. My youngest daughter, Annie, she gets upset if she doesn't get her outside time when she comes on the weekend. But also with them being involved with the farm and showing goats, it allowed them to be able to get a youth loan as well. So now each one of them has a youth loan, and they are involved themselves in the aspect of their cows, how they're managing, have they checked on them. One of the sets of cows that my son checked on yesterday was the pasture where his set of cows are. So they have little duties and tasks that I require of them when they do come on a weekend. Have you checked the animals? What everything looks like? These are things I ask of them and their purpose. I have always said that my son probably never will be a farmer, but he probably will live on the farm. He wants to be a mechanic. So I'm fine with him being a mechanic, and maybe he has a shop on the farm because I'm trying to keep him near. My daughter Ida, up until this last year, have always did what the others did on the farm, but never kind of really liked it. For some reason, this last year, she's taken on to the farm. Everybody had a duty when we worked cattle or worked sheep, and so she did her duty, but now something has changed in her that she's more involved in the farming aspect. Now, my youngest one, which is Annie, and that's the one in the red sweater, if you're looking at the picture there, she has always been involved in the farm. If my daddy was outside doing something, she would be right there with her granddaddy. They were going to check cows one day, and the four-wheeler cut off. She grabbed his hand and said, "Come on, granddaddy, let's walk to the house." So they walked about a quarter mile to the house, just him and her. He's always told me, when she's just with me or out on the farm because she can't keep up with the other two. But I think it's part of her passion of what she really wants to do. So Annie told me about 3 or 4 years ago that she wanted to be a farmer. She wanted to own Holland Farm Store and did not want to go to college. I went off because that's not my goal for you. You need to go to college when I know what I want to do. But far as Annie's concerned, she did have a vision that I had to learn to accept. And in seeing that vision is she wanted to do something that we've always done. This is something we've done from 1899. So I have learned to accept her vision. I still want to go to college, to accept her vision of what she wants. But maybe her vision might look a little different for me than what it normally would look for somebody else. Maybe it's not an actual in-person store. Maybe it's a mobile store. Maybe it's a products that we sell to individuals like we do now that could support her. So again, I've learned to accept different things in it. And part of the reason we're on this presentation now is because Miss Revlin ordered some eggs. So Annie's not old enough to drive, but JR is old enough to drive. So JR, go carry Annie to grandmama, get the eggs out of the refrigerator, meet Miss Revlin at the store. So that's part of kind of what she loves to do. Farmers market on Saturday. If she's here, she's gonna just about be up with me to go out that door, to go up there with my aunt who's usually there for us and sell products. So part of my enrichment to Annie is I didn't do Cash App up until probably the last year. So Annie, any money that somebody's going to pay you on Cash App is yours. So Annie, I had to figure out a way to include her in there. So if somebody pays Cash App, that we didn't lose customers, that she was able to take that money. So the next thing we have here is our current operation. My father is 82. My mother is 79. So my daddy does do most daily things that go on the farm. And that's a picture of us. We were on our way to buy the one ram that I thought we was going to buy and came back with a hog as well. Because again, if Annie asks for it, he's just about going to do it. So my father just about runs most things every day. I come in when I get off the bus, usually after 4:30, and I do whatever things need to be done. My mother have always been our supporter, our bookkeeper, keep up with the records. So she does the best job she can of that. Records is not something that I want to do. That's not my thing. I want to farm. I want to be in that part of it. My sister, Twala, which always lived in front of my parents, she is now taking on a role lately of whatever we need. So our chickens that Annie bought, these chicks, we bought, I think it's 62 of them or something like that. We lost maybe 2 chicks My sister have taken on the role of feeding them, taking care of them, doing the things they need. She's taken on the role of also monitoring and watching the sheep. We've got now where we save all our females. We're looking for genetics to build our herd. So she's learned those things that she needs to know in order to keep us surviving. She takes on the aspect of when we're doing whatever we have to do, bull testing, of understanding the business. So with her taking those steps on, it have helped us tremendously. I have a sister that passed away, Candace. She did the ghost milk soap. She did the label. She did the Facebook. So those are things that we kind of hadn't got back into, other than we still make some soap. We're not as consistent on Facebook as we need. And we do know where we're kind of lacking at. My son, every weekend, usually he's here when he make it, when there's nothing going on. My daughter, Ida and Annie, again, they come as well. They're in Florida right now at a dance competition. But they play a part as well. I have an aunt, which is my daddy's sister. She usually runs the farmers markets for us in Holly Springs. She's usually there. She's became a master gardener since she's got back. She gives us ideas on growing plants, genetics, and things we need to look at as well. I have an uncle, which is my mother's brother, that we grow greens with him. Whatever he needs to grow them, whether it's a tractor or this, whatever problem he have. So we've learned to kind of work together on that. Now, my niece Alex is who I'm working on now. Alex lives in DeSoto County. She's looking for another place to live, and I've been trying to encourage her to come back to the farm. You don't have to work the farm, but be knowledgeable of the farm, of the things that are going on it. Also, next, I have Mr. Taylor. He's become a family friend of ours. He helps us out. He says if he ever comes to the farm in the evening time, always bring your flashlight, because we're usually always, my times are different on the times I farm. So I'll get off the bus, and whatever time I get done, I get done. I have a cousin that has just become 65 years old and retired from the job. He's now coming back and learning about the farm process. He is one of those heirs to the farm land. So he's learning about the different process of what we do. So if I'm not available, usually not during the day, I'm not. He'll come with my daddy. They'll go work on fences. They'll do the things. If you need something, call. So we're trying to encompass everybody back into the farm some kind of way. I do have it was a Facebook clip that I had that talked about generations. And in this aspect of this video, it kind of talked about all the products of how things change as you go from generation to the next generation, and how most of the time we never make it past the third generation of obtaining anything. So, but again, we are the next generation of Holland Farm. And I do understand that in my kids. I've instilled that in my kids. And one of the things I've been doing, I've been learning about how to preserve this legacy. My mother doesn't like it when I say this, but I do say this all the time to her. Everybody's not equal. If JR is not interested in the farm, then he doesn't need to have the farm land. If Annie's the one that's interested in the farm, then she's the one that needs to hold the land, because that's what she's making a living off of. Now, if he's providing some kind of aspect to it, then yes, he deserves some portion of it. But all are not equal. But what I did do, I went back to what my great-grandfather did, and he told everybody what they have. So I've been blessed and I have houses. Each one of the children know what house is theirs. So I provided you somewhere to stay, but I'm not in the aspect of giving you something if you don't want to be involved in the farming, because I want to protect this legacy. So I all the time think about Annie's farm store that she wants and the things that we do. And these different things that we do in the farm store are things that are going to be value-added products to us. And we're looking at the aspects of Airbnbs, and can we now take the products that we grow on the farm and move to the next step of these are things that you find on Airbnb. If we're going to provide you with breakfast, if we're going to provide you, what things can we grow ourselves or source from somebody else? So Annie's farm store sticks in my head a lot of times on things. So things we have to work on. I tell people all the time is know your strengths and your weaknesses. So my strengths and my weaknesses is time management. We're so diverse of the different livestock crops that we grow that I'm pulled in multiple different ways. So sometimes we do take a loss of things and we should not. Hopefully, am I going over time, you all? But hopefully my time management is not a great thing that I do because I'm pulled in so many different ways. So that's something that I know I do have to work on. Also, my bookkeeping. That's the part of it that I hate. I do not like the bookkeeping, but I've learned lately that you got to do some kind of bookkeeping to provide yourself with some kind of USDA programs because they look for data. What's your data? What do you have? So I've kind of worked on a solution to that. I've been doing a little better writing on the calendar, but being able to pull the things in because I know that is my weakness. So on this picture here, you have us working bees right there at the top of the picture. I just realized my daughter asked Daddy, why do people buy Christmas trees? Because again, for them, we've always went out to the pasture, cut an Eastern Jupiter, and brought it back to the house, and that was our Christmas tree. So I just learned that lately. That's something that we did. The house that you see in this picture there, that's my farm that I bought. So that house is somewhere in the range of about from 150 to about 200 years old because the lady that was born in that house, she lived to be 101. So there's certain portions of that house, and people keep asking why you don't go ahead and tear it down or burn it down. They're charging you taxes for it just for a living because, again, it's history. On this house as well, they still have the outhouse there with the commode top. All those things are still standing because I want to be able to show people where we came from and where we're going. Also, what I do, if there are any new farmers on, I got about 3 that I'm working with. So I keep asking them these questions. Legacy. Who, what, when, where, and why? Know these questions to your legacy when you're looking at starting a new farm. Do your research, your knowledge, find everything out, the terminologies about what you're trying to do. So for the farmers that I work with, I send them a video every Sunday morning about things they need to look and learn about, terminologies, things of that nature. I am a person that loves to experiment. I will try something. If I see a lot of people doing a different way, I'll try it. I'll do the best I can, but I'm going to do an experiment on it. Mr. Taylor always say, I'm going to try it. They also tell a lot of new farmers about equipment. Our equipment that we have runs anywhere from the range of from 1971 to 2004. Those are our Ford New Holland tractors. Our internationals, 1975 to 1981. Our trucks are from 1987 to 2005. Our equipment spans from 1950 to 2014 equipment. You don't have to have new things. Adapt yourself and your farm to what you can afford. Don't try to do what others try to do. And I think that's what have made us become successful in the farming that we do. Also, the last thing is farming brings tax benefits. That's what I try to express to new farmers coming in and my niece as well, that what are the benefits of the taxes that come along with farming. So that is my complete presentation. Hopefully I didn't rush through it. I didn't want to go over time. We've been without power for 11 days, so I kind of threw it together the best I could. Are there any questions for me?
When can we get the blueberries? When's the harvest time so we can get ready for supporting Miss Annie's store and the blueberries?
So usually our blueberries start coming off in June. And so they run from June, like so we have a lot of different varieties. We bought a different ton of varieties. So usually they start coming off in June and we kind of run usually sometime up into August, we'll still have some because we have a lot of different varieties of the blueberries. So those are things that we're trying to look at. We're learning about that process because again, I want them to find ways that we can use the blueberries if we can't sell them. But usually we carry the blueberries to the farmer's market. My sister have order buying customers that buy at her work and different things like that. Any other questions?
Question about so my family has a personal recipe for wine that my dad has maintained and kept, and he's worked for a couple of bottling companies like Coke and a beverages company. And I'm in the process of doing his in-house laboratory for his own testing. So you have to pay $6,500 for a barrel just for somebody to test it. With your blueberries, blueberries, grapes, and muscadines. Are the blueberries up under the same kind of like it take 2 to 3 years for them to become like edible and good like grapes sometimes?
Now, I haven't necessarily seen that it takes 2 or 3 years. Once we get the plants in, some of our smaller plants, and they're maybe like a foot and a half in size, they produce. So I mean, I think it's all about having the right soils, the right climate for them and the right environment. I think that's what kind of that deals with it, having all those things and produce you a good crop. But I don't think it takes a certain amount of time to, now to produce a certain amount, then yes, it does. But to produce a certain quality, no, it does not.
Copy. Awesome. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Holland. Thank you very much. We have closing remarks from Winston County Self-Help Cooperative.
Okay, I'm here. I'm not sure if my dad is on. Mr. Taylor, you there? Okay, anyways,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Go
go right
ahead.
ahead.
Oh, you got it. Go ahead. Go
No.
ahead, boss.
Yeah, no.
No, sir.
You. Yeah.
All right, well, good afternoon. This is Tiari Todman. Everyone calls me T. I bring greetings from the Winston County Self-Help Cooperative. And I just want to say kudos to Rural Roots. You guys have put on a great, fabulous Save Rural America conferences. I got the last three speakers from the Ayers property to the 1890 to the Holland Farm. And I mean, I tell you, it was just so great, so fulfilling, with great education. And we just are so happy and proud of you all. And I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Taylor so he can continue to talk for another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And once again, I'd like to echo what Tiara said. This has been an excellent Save Rural America conference today. And again, I want to thank all the participants for participating on this day. When we started this process back in the early 2000s, I had no thought that it would continue into the couple of generations. So I just want to thank everybody. Mr. Holland, brother, I will follow you on the farm, but you sound like you too serious for work for this old guy. But that takes that kind of commitment to get it done here in rural America. All the presenters and those people who provide services to individuals that live in rural America, we want to thank you because we want this vision to continue. And I told T, when I come back 200 years later, this farm should be in our family. So we got work to do. And Mr. Holland, I appreciate you sowing that seed into your children and your family. And so therefore, the Winston County Self-Help thank everybody for participating today.
Oh, and I do want to say Annie is the goal. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what Annie is going to do in the next 10 to 15 years. So we are going to stay in tune to her journey.
Amen.
Yes, thank you, Dr. T. I was going to mention it as well, because as we move forward, I hope everyone stays with us because we are in the business of making sure that you are in the know. That's one thing that we want to eliminate is the I don't know, I didn't know. We want to make sure that we have the information out there. If you will, please make sure that you stay with us, engage with us. We have a mailing list as well, and we'll also be producing a Facebook page, but we'll be promoting local businesses and everyone's endeavors. So thank you again as well for all of your information. It was a wonderful day, and we're grateful. We're grateful for all of the knowledge that we've also gained to make us sales more powerful. We want to also make sure that you understand as well with the taxes. February the 1st is the deadline for late fees to start, but because of the weather, there may be an extension. So please check with your local tax office to see if there's an extension due to the weather. And also, please make sure you are registered to vote. And if there's nothing else, I want to greet everyone with peace and blessings for this wonderful day. And thank you again.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, participants. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
And thank you, Tina, if I didn't say that.